Hello. Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning to Vice Chancellor, sir. Sir has joined, and we will be starting sharp at 9:30. Shashwat.
Okay, ma'am.
Takarkar, madam.
Ma'am.
Okay. Shashwat, it's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
हॅलो
अनिसा मॅडम
हा मॅम
व्हाईस चान्सलर सर जॉईन झालेले आहे.
हो
Good
हो ते
morning,
म्हणाले 5 मिनिटांनी
I am
परत
back. I am back. I am
Yes,
back.
sir.
ओके सर
Yes,
ओके सर
yes. Good morning, sir.
Morning, morning.
Yes.
Hope
Good morning,
everything
sir.
is in order.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chalo, good.
So 9:30 we'll start.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ma'am, our first guest, Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, is joining within 5 minutes, so we are waiting.
No, I have joined. I have joined. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Nice to see you here. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Puri ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, all of you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I've been in and out, but I think my audio and my video is working. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, will you please join urgently the opening session?
I think we can start.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Rahman, sir.
On.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Good morning, it's a pleasure.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Pandey, can we start?
Yes, certainly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I think it's morning for everyone, right?
Yes, good morning.
All right. So on behalf of the organizing committee of this regional conclave on justice education in Asia, building networks for social justice,
Change का नहीं होता.
I welcome all of you. My name is Ajay Pandey. I teach at Jindal Global Law School, and I'm also part of the Global Alliance for Justice Education. The Global Alliance for Justice Education has been actively pursuing the cause of justice education in several countries around the world. And I'm very happy that this regional conclave is happening to discuss some aspects concerning justice education. And as I say that, certain aspects concerning justice education, I am mindful of the fact that law, the way it is being dispensed with for the common people, seems to be creating some kind of a conspiracy against common people. I'm using strong terms also to provoke people to address some of these burning questions. And I use burning questions, difficult questions. And this session, which is the opening session, is about challenges and new approaches in justice education. There are challenges, and of course, there are new approaches that several of our colleagues working in different parts of the world, and our focus for this conclave is Asia, certainly coming up with various new approaches to deal with some of these problems and questions of our times. And in this session, we are to also understand what is the role of law colleges and civil society and lawyers. I think they are important players, certainly. And we have a very distinguished panel here to talk about some of these issues and concerns. When I started my journey with issues of justice education, working with communities, working with law schools, working with lawyers, working with civil society organizations, etc., I could very well see a disconnect between what law promises to the common people and its reality at the grassroots. The promises of law are really very, very large. And they are just not promises of law, actually. I would go a step further and I would say that these are the promises that we as human beings make to we as human beings. So it's my promise to you, your promise to me, and everyone's promise to everyone else of a dignified life. And that is certainly related to justice. And as I started my journey, and I realized that there is a complete disconnect, I started working on it. And as I started working on it, I realized that I need to use even stronger terms. Disconnect is a very mild term. And I started using terms like conspiracy, taking a cue from what George Bernard Shaw said about professions. He said that all the professions are a conspiracy against the laity, L-A-I-T-Y, laity, lay people. And this is exactly what I see about legal profession too. It's about elitism. It's about the disconnect. It's about keeping people away. It's about opaqueness. It's about intimidation. Common people are intimidated. They are intimidated by law and its structures, its mechanisms, their language of law, its structures, its mechanisms, and their language. They all together seem to be weaving a conspiracy against common people. This is what I have been watching, seeing, experiencing through a long career in law that I've had, close to 3 decades. And these aspects pose certainly some very challenging questions before all of us as people associated with law, because sometimes it may seem that we are not really into some kind of law, but we are into some kind of fiction. And if we are doing fiction, where people, the masses, have got nothing to do with it, they are not benefited by it, they feel intimidated, we still have those colonial structures, etc. It seems that we operate in some kind of a fictitious world of a beautiful law college, where people are aping to be more and more elite in our language, in our dispensation of various things that we do. And therefore, these questions, as people associated with law, are very, very critical for us. If law is to survive, if law is to really succeed in its objectives, we need transformative approaches. And here we are going to talk about some of those transformative approaches, some of those new approaches that we are going to discuss, that some of us have been working with in Asia. And to begin the conference, begin this discussion, to inaugurate this two-day event, I invite Professor Dr. Vivek Sauji, who is the Vice Chancellor of this beautiful institution, and I'll not take much time in introducing him. He's a very accomplished academician. And over to you, sir, Professor Vivek Sauji.
Yeah, a very good morning to you all, and greetings from Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Pune. Well, I know this is a virtual conclave, but I would certainly have loved to have you all on our campus, because it's a beautiful campus and Pune is a very livable city and it is a very well-connected city. So maybe this time we are having a virtual conclave, but maybe, next time I'll request our principal to invite you all here on our campus, so that apart from the deliberations, we can have some informal chat and informal meeting. Well, I think the dignitaries present here, the distinguished guests and the speakers and the very renowned people who have joined for this regional conclave on the justice education in Asia. So actually, some of these terms are alien to me, and I'm an odd man out. By no way I am connected with law. And in fact, as in the opening remarks, Dr. Pandey said, at times we're scared of law. So I think that's where probably he means to have disconnect, and that's where he means to say that, okay, how the law should be inclusive and how the law should serve the common people. So, well, I'm not really the person to maybe take your time here for this important meeting, because you have luminaries who would be enlightening on the various aspects of law and justice education, and how, as Dr. Pandey has set the ball rolling rightly, that you need to bring transformative changes. And I certainly agree that change is the only constant, and we must strive for a change or for something which is better, that will serve the society, that will serve the common people. So we at Bharati Vidyapeeth has this endeavor. I am not very sure how many of you know Bharati Vidyapeeth, but it is one of the largest university in the public sector, private sector. There are many big universities in public sector with 300 and 200 and odd number of colleges affiliated to it. But in private sector, we have almost about 45 institutions under our ambit, ranging from management to law to social sciences to health sciences and environmental and you name it, and all those specialties, and also the having a student strength of 25,000 plus, 2,000 plus strong faculty, and of course our presence in health sciences and some of the other areas is really noteworthy. And we're proud of what we're doing and marching on the footsteps of our founder, late Dr. Patangrao Kadam, who had who was a first generation entrepreneur who had started this organization right from a scratch. He started with a small public primary school, and then in around 50 years time, today we have 190 institutions imparting quality education in all walks of life. Law College holds position of prime in our organizations. It's one of the, probably now it may have slipped down a little bit, but it was one of the top 10 colleges in the country imparting law education. And I think it's one of the most preferred centers for the students to study law. So I think on that note, I welcome you all for this conclave. It's an honor and pleasure for all of us to host this meeting, as I said, though virtually, and I'm sure the deliberations during the day would be really meaningful, enriching, and will benefit the participants with new knowledge. There are experts in the field from the region, Southeast region. When I was looking at the speakers list, they're from all different countries. And I think we'll have a much broader perspective of law, not just from the Indian context, but from the different context. And I'm sure that would be a truly enriching experience. So thank you very much for having me here for this inaugural session. I'll try to be here for some time more, but as I said, that I'm an odd man out, and I will try and understand as much as I can, but I'm sure that the people who are, here, they will certainly benefit from this 2-day conclave. So once again, welcome you all and wishing you the very best. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you'll carry good, cherished memories and go out enriched from this conclave. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sauji. Let me assure you, you're not at all an odd man out, and you are a very wise person. You are heading such a renowned institution, and we are all very really blessed to have you amongst us. Please be there as long as your schedule permits you to be with us. Our first speaker of this morning session, the inaugural session, is Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal. Dr. Pokhriyal is the Dean of School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, which is situated in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Dr. Pokhriyal has been working on issues of justice education for a very long time, and I'll only say that she is one of our distinguished colleagues in Asia, who is very welcoming whenever we go to her, approach her for any kind of association with justice education, and she is quite forthcoming, and she has been encouraging many of our initiatives, and I'm very happy to welcome here. So over to you, Dr. Pokhriyal.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me over here, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Vivek Ji, and the Principal Madam, Dr. Ujjwala, a dear friend, Dr. Ajay Pandey. I could see Professor Masood over here, Angibin over here, Dr. Mizaunur Rahman, and all the distinguished participants. It's my pleasure to be here. At the outset, I must compliment the organizer to take up this initiative. When I woke up in the morning, and I was just, as usual, while coming back, I was just scrolling the Facebook page. My Facebook page gave me the memory precisely before 2 years when I was associated with Nirma University, 7 and 8. We had this conclave, the South Asia Justice Education Conclave, and then that reminds me that memory. Justice education is the most difficult task. We have been struggling, we have been trying, we have been experimenting, we have been realigning our efforts, that what is working and what probably requires to be further strengthening. That I could see in the Southeast Asia, there are great educators associated with the law schools have been trying the level best. So friends, as we all know, education per se is a very modernizing process, it's a humanizing process, and it's the most, I would say, empowering process. And specifically when we talk about the legal education creates that edge over the other education that really gives the courage for stand for oneself, and at the same point in time will also give that empowerment, give that power and courage to stand for others and to create just and equitable society. So that is what the legal education is expected to play. Now, when we talk about legal education, it's also said that this is the process, the whole educating process through law is something, which really nurtures the future generation who would be the savior of democracy, or for that matter, I would say, who would be the crusader of justice and probably the warriors of justice for thousands of people who have an unmet justice needs. So at that point in time, we always have been struggling as an educators that how do we craft an approach which really helps us to create this kind of a justice warriors, or I would say in the terms of Professor N.R. Madhu Menon, justice professionals. So in that case, we need to understand the times that we all are passing through. Before a decade, it was being said that we are passing through VUCA world. It says that it is very vibrant, it is complex, it is ambiguous world. But now we are into VUCA 2.0, which is not only volatile, but it is vibrant, unreal, crazy, astounding world, wherein everything is transforming around us. So when we are realigning our approach, we need to understand the changing world around us. We need to understand the changing generation around us, because as we all know, we deal with the Generation Z, and this Generation Z has a very different kind of an approach. They are self-reliant, they have a better understanding about themselves. And in this Anthropocene world, when we live with the Gen Z, we need to redefine and revisit our approaches, the way in which we have been putting our efforts for all these years, whether it is matching, whether it is working with this generation or not. So it's most important that we understand our students, we understand this generation. Now, when we talk about this, the most important thing is that how do we pitch an idea with them about justice? Now, justice, as we all have been talking, discussing, we have a course on justice, we have huge deliberation on justice, but justice is something which is an emotion, which is a feeling. And unless and until we understand the theory of injustice, it's difficult to comprehend the notion of justice and the emotion of justice. And that's precisely the problem with our classroom teaching with the law schools. We have been so much focusing on the pedagogy which is focused on the classroom teaching, and there comes the whole idea of clinical legal education, there comes the whole idea of experiential education. And then as a part of the clinical legal education, most of us in most of the law schools, what we have seen, we devise some clinics, some hours, some visits to police station, visits to jail authorities, visit to some places, and we consider that this is a clinical education or this is a legal clinic processes, which this understanding requires a reformation in terms of whether this pedagogy, this andragogy is working. Because as we say that legal education is expected to not only produce good lawyers, but they expected to produce gems in the if I can use this phrase of my dear friend late Dr. Shamnad Bashir. He used to say that CHEM stands for creative, altruistic, holistic, maverick, problem-solving lawyers. Now, these gems cannot be produced, cannot be nurtured, cannot be formulated in only through the pedagogy of the classroom engagement. And that's precisely the reason that we need to design a different kind of an experiences for them. Now, we focus more on cognitive domain of learning, wherein justice education per se has a lot of things to do with the affective domain of learning. Unless and until we understand the different kind of an emotions, like, I mean, injustice is an emotion, injustice is a feeling, anger is a feeling which causes an anger that is being caused by the injustice. So unless and until we put forth these, put forth our students to these kind of an emotions, it would be very difficult for them to comprehend and internalize the importance of justice education and importance for them to contribute their time after graduation for the pro bono work or for the cause of justice. And that's precisely the issues with we educators. What do we do? Okay, earlier we have been giving 4 credit to some clinic. Now we probably increase the span of engagement, but we need to rethink in this conclave, because this is, I really compliment this organizer for the theme of the conclave is that we are deliberating about the models, we are deliberating about the methods, we are deliberating about the manners in which we really enhance and penetrate this justice education understanding among the students. So my proposition over here is that when we say that law is something which is a problem solver, because we said law is something which establishes law and order in the society, we resolves the conflict, we resolves the disputes, which brings happiness and peace to the people, then why we are not? And for that, I mean, the whole society is our laboratory. Had it been the science education, we focus more on the laboratory. But for the law education, the entire society, different stakeholders in the society, different groups of the society, they are our laboratory. How do we engage our students more with these students? Yes, cognitive understanding of law is very important. But once we give them understanding in the first year that how do we develop the attitude and approach of learning the law, that's fine, suffice. So suppose the Bar Council of India asks us to teach, and similar maybe the situation with Pakistan or with other countries, with Bangladesh and the other countries as well, there is a regulatory authority. But when they ask us to engage the students for 6 hours in a day, do we really at least make them engagement with, I mean, we make the students engagement with 50% of the day with the laboratory. When I say laboratory, it's a society, because and we have borrowed the term of clinic from the medical education. But if you see the medical education curriculum, they are being divided into 3 parts. The 20% of this thing is a theory component, and then the laboratory component, and then the clinical part when they are attached with the hospitals for a significant amount of a time with the patients, with the OPD. Do we really do so? So, I mean, we have generally, most of us have a timetable for our students wherein, it will start from 10 to 11 constitution class, 11 to 12 criminal law class, and there, some on weekend, on some Saturday, we take them to the visits and to some we say that, we have established a clinic in law school. Bar Council of India is asking to establish law clinic in the premises of law college. Now, most of the law colleges are in the elite areas. How do we expect a common man to come to our law college? We need to go to them. We need to go to the various places. So how do we devise, my contentions over here is that how do we devise our entire education model wherein we give minimum 50%, if not more, at least minimum 50% with the clinical component, wherein they will be going to the taxi drivers, auto drivers, they will go to the hospitals, they will go to the self-help group, they will go to the hawkers group, they will meet different of people who have a unmet justice needs. This World Justice Project report of 2021 says there are almost 2.1 billion people on this earth as an unmet justice needs. There is no one to cater to the needs of the justice. So how do we create the justice warriors, justice crusaders, wherein, so why I need to teach criminal law? I just would like to give a simple example. Why I need to teach criminal law only in the classroom? So if I want to teach them the CRPC, can't I take them to the prison and take the prison file? And then, and yes, I know, generally, most of the faculty members are little reluctant, even though they may have a tendency, they really want to do something, but the kind of an administrative hurdle, the kind of an administrative processes that one has to pass through to get all this permission from the bureaucratic approach in that what we have been facing in most of the countries. But then precisely what I always believe that we need to build that repo. Being a being the law school, how do we build the repo with the local police officers, the IPS, the DGP, ADGP? How many times we are asking them to come to school and deliver the talk? And we have been doing occasionally, randomly, but as a part of the systematic network repo processes with all these stakeholders because we all work in our silos. We always have seen the growth is a vertical. The growth is always vertical. No, growth is always horizontal. When we collaborate, then the growth happens. How do we collaborate and create an ecosystem with all the law enforcement agencies, try to understand the problem and build up that repo? And believe me, I have been trying to a little extent. Believe me, when you try and extend your support and lend your hand and ears to them, they are generally, of course, they are bureaucratic to a greater extent, but they are generally receptive. So first of all, why we are doing this? Not for us, but for giving the best experiences to our students. We want this connect to happen. Then only I'll get an easy access to police station. I get an easy access to prison officers. Just writing an email, just writing a letter to these authorities will not get an access, because we want our student to experience those things. We are opening the doors of learning for them. And that's the reason that as an educator, I need to create. And same is the case with prosecutors. How many of us, randomly calling some advocate and judges and police officers to give a talk is one thing. And systematic institutional approach for a collaborations, for building up a repo, for building a network is very, very vital. That's what I feel. And the day, I don't know how much time I have, Dr. Pandey. Please, you can stop me anytime, because this is something which is very close to my heart and so many ideas are bubbling. I can go on and on. Please stop me whenever my time is over.
Please go on. Please go on. And you have 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So the day we are being able to devise this kind of system wherein we can, so suppose we are engaging from 6 hours, minimum 3 hours engagement to the stakeholders. And this is, believe me, when we want a chance, there is no single formula. There's always a trial and error and reflections. So as an institution, as an educators, how do we engage with the reflective practice model with our students and with us? Most of us are sending our students for the internships. But yeah, and most of us may be taking the internship report, maybe asking them to submit the presentation, but a very serious reflections, engaging with the students, with their experiences of internship, and how do we learn from, how do we build from their experiences? internship is not something just to understand how the things work, but how do we build up from your experience? Suppose you've experienced something, what do you learn and what do you really want to take it forward? So that systematic approach of the group reflections with the students and with the co-faculty is also one of the another important aspect of building the justice education awareness amongst us. The third thing is that what I always, which is known as ACT. That's what adaptive clinical andragogy. So adaptive clinical andragogy, ACA, is something wherein the same way when if some of you are aware about the deep learning and data mining in the artificial intelligence. So there's always an adaptive learning theory that works in AI. When we are dealing with multiple data, big data, we need to make them learn and understand that what we really wanted, what result that we expect from the data. So we need to train the data sets. Likewise, the adaptive clinical andragogy theory says that we need to, as an institution, those who are justice conscious institutions, we need to devise the different models, and then we deploy that model, and then after a year or so, with one batch, one model, the other batch, other model, because we don't have much time. So this is what we have been trying to do at our law school. That suppose in the 2021 batch, we have devised one model. We don't want to replicate the same model with the other batch. 2022, there is another model. Let the model go and sustain for 2 years, and then we have a detailed reflections on it, and then what is working, what is not working. Let's realign our processes and then develop the third model, which may be applicable for the 2024 batch or 25 batch. So because we deal with the human beings, as we all know, and there's all human beings and systems are so unpredictable. There is no one single formula which will fit into the nurturing needs of each individual. We are a different learners, we are a different human beings. So how, because as we all know, different learning style, inventory, and then if I have a student of, if you have a class of 60 students, I don't expect all 60 to be justice warriors. It's, as an educator, my biggest task is that how do I identify 5 or 10 people from my class who have that justice at heart, who have that, whose affective domain of learning for justice is so high, who would come fair. And then I need to handpick those 5-10 people. I can't expect, they have their own needs. And we can't force anyone for the justice, right? This is very important. It's not something that it forcefully we engage the entire law school in the justice education process. Yes, we can develop and sensitize them that even if you are in the corporates, even if you are as a regulator, how do we internalize the justice at your heart while you are taking a decision-making process? How the justness and fairness at each of your decision-making process should be the guiding principles. That sensitivity probably we may create, but we don't want, we don't expect them to work, all of them to work in this social service sectors. So my first task is to handpick those 5, 10, 7, whatever the number of the students are there in my class in the first year, and then a personal engagement, a personal mentoring, a personal repo with them and help them to take up our institution goal. Because as we all know that at the end of the day, what we need for ourselves or as an individual is a sustainable model. Most of our law schools, and specifically those who are in the private domains, it's, we have to have charge heavy fees, and then these students have their own ROI. There are two categories of the students. One ROI, they say that return on investment. The other ROI is a return on involvement. So we want the students to believe in the other ROI, because they know the more they involve in the justice education process, what they are gaining at the end of the day is the happiness. You need not to be Warren Buffett to feel that money doesn't make you happy. So these are those people who believe in return on involvement, and this is precisely probably we can try and we can realign our efforts for justice education. There could be a lot of things to say, but I end over here. And my best wishes to the organizers and all the speakers. And thank you for giving me this chance to present my views over here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pokhriyal. That was full of so many important messages. I think looking at the unmet legal needs or justice needs of people is really extremely important. Different models that we need to create. And of course, it's really important to work on an ecosystem. I think one important part of that ecosystem is also common people. I think when we invite these dignitaries and people in high positions of government and non-government organizations, we also need to engage at the same time with common people. I think justice education should also look at ways to engage with common people in a way that common people should also get an opportunity to have a say in what our agenda is, what our priorities are, and what a law school should be doing. And I think in that sense, civil societies can play, civil society organizations can play a very important role. Thank you very much, Dr. Pokhriyal. And I understand that there is a good recording of this event, and many more people who are not able to join, they would benefit from your words of wisdom. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, and when I think of our next speaker, Dr. Mizanur Rahman, I also think of Professor Madhav Menon, because that was an occasion, the first time I saw Dr. Mizanur Rahman was with Professor Menon. I believe it was at Indian Law Institute long back, and that is my memory of seeing the two icons, great people associated with just education. Dr. Mizanur Rahman is a former professor of Dhaka University and a former chairperson of National Human Rights Commission of Bangladesh. Welcome, Professor Rahman, and over to you now.
Thank you, Professor Pandey. Honorable Vice Chancellor, the dignitaries, very esteemed colleagues, and the participants of this regional conclave. I'm afraid that the internet connection is not very stable here. So I'll try to be very brief so that I can mind and the message I wanted to convey to the participants as quickly as possible. And second, the reason is I'm so happy that I'm speaking after Professor Purvi Pokhriyal, because when she talks about how much we endure students with the laboratory, how to train our justice warriors or the justice crusaders, as she dubbed them. So I have the privilege of probably introducing the approach that I myself had been pursuing in Bangladesh for the last almost more than 2 decades. And probably that's something that might help the justice educators elsewhere in the region and in the globe as such. Honorable participants, since when I begin, let me begin with a quote of Professor Madhav Menon. Professor Pandey referred to Professor Menon. Madhav Menon used to say that legal education is more of a public good than a private good. I think this is it, that we need to take legal education, and legal education will be talking in terms of justice education. So it has to target the public good and not the private good. And in South Asian context, I define public good as empowerment of the poor, the marginalized, and the vulnerable communities. And if I speak of our time, the time that we are living, I would probably relate this public good for the empowerment and protection for religious minorities in various parts of this region. Now, very briefly, let me tell what are the challenges to justice education that we confront, that we need to address. Primarily, I would say that generally speaking, the challenge of justice education is getting rid of the traditional myths around legal and justice education. We must get rid of the traditional myths. And what are these myths? The myths demand that we challenge the hypocrisy of Western jurisprudence, which was imposed on us because of colonial. We must decolonize our system. We must decolonize our minds. We must create our indigenous jurisprudence if we really want to pursue justice education in our schools, in our societies. So the question of colonialism and law that needs to be revisited. We must shed, otherwise, as the West claims, the man. Enough of that. You have had taken enough burden, the white man. Now, let us not be fooled by these, the hypocritical explanations and statements of the burden of the white man. We know that how we, the people, came to this status because the colonial administration and the looting and whatever, was done during the colonial period. It was not the civilizing mission of law as we are taught in the classrooms. It was not. Probably, if given time, I may, on some other occasion, prove that it was not the civilizing mission of law, but totally the contrary, how we were made uncivilized because of the intrusion of the Western jurisprudence in our societies. We must ensure justice through law. Can justice be ensured through law? That's another myth, and this we need to understand and probably reinterpret. Now, with this, you see, the present-day world, the international relations pose some newer challenges, and we must, impart our justice education in this new environment. This new environment, firstly, is a unipolar world. The unipolar world has its own curses. The unipolar world had its own problems. And that even we, the educators, we in the universities and other educational institutions, we cannot simply ignore. We are living in a post-truth age. And when we say that we are living in a post-truth age, I think it has implications for pedagogy. It has implications for justice education. We are living in a world where almost there is dollar fetishism. It's not Australian dollar or Hong Kong dollar, it's US dollar fetishism. And this US dollar fetishism has to be fought even by the law students. We're living in a world where, the politics, the national politics is now being influenced by popular.
I think we lost the connection with
We lost
Dr. Rahman.
connectivity, I think. We lost him.
This is really sad that we are not able to reconnect with Dr. Rahman. Yes,
Maybe.
I'm back. You have to unmute yourself, Professor Rahman.
Am I audible? Ajay, am I audible now?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Hello? Okay. So I'll be very quick, because the internet connection is really very unstable, very, very unstable. Now you see, and the problem is that law is what the West wants us to believe and define as law. This is something that we need to discard, and have our own jurisprudence in order to really make justice education, the content of justice education, indigenous, the content of justice education that can be applied and practiced and realized in our society. What was our approach? What was my approach in addressing the challenges? What, the avenue that we tried to create in Bangladesh? Well, as Professor Purvi called justice warriors or the justice crusaders, rebellious lawyers. So this is what I've been trying for the last 3 decades or so, the rebellious lawyering. And through this rebellious lawyering, how do you ensure justice in the society? How do produce the rebellious lawyers? Obviously, I agree with Professor Purvi. Not all the students are going to be rebellious lawyers. Even if I am overambitious, I know that in a group of 50 students, probably 10, 12 students would end up being rebellious lawyers. And that's fine, that's absolutely okay with me if I have that number of rebellious lawyers from a group of 50 students. But what is rebellious lawyering? Let me just give you a few features of rebellious lawyering. Number 1, a rebellious lawyer always engages in legal and non-legal approaches to problems. Secondly, rebellious lawyer knows how to work with others at fighting social and political subordination. 3, rebellious lawyer understands how to be a part of coalition, how to build them for greater than litigation interests. 4, rebellious lawyer nurture sensibilities and skills compatible with a collective fight for social change. And finally, lawyer does the work that is lawyering from within, close to the ground. He is not distancing. A rebellious lawyer never distances himself from the community members, from the common people whose empowerment we are trying to ensure. So that is, the distance that exists, the 3 P's that crowns the lawyer today: power, privilege, and position. A rebellious lawyer must sacrifice willing to sacrifice the comforts of everyday life so that he can really engage himself in coalition building, in organizing the communities. So you see, initially, in my approach of creating these rebellious lawyers, the program that I designed is known as Community Law Reform Program, where I send my students to the communities, a targeted community, whether it's a ethnic minority, whether it's a religious minority, whether it is a linguistic minority, whether it is a professional minority or whatever. And my students live with the community for at least 3 months, for at least 90 days in an educational year, in a teaching year. Obviously not at a stretch, because you have your exams, you have your classes. So we have to pick, those public holidays and, weekly holidays. And then, but at the end, it has to be around, 3 months that you spend, live, you sleep, you eat with the community, you live with the community, you feel, empathize their pains and sufferings and deprivations, learn to live the life. Purvi was asking the question, how do you really understand them? How do you get them? Where is the laboratory? So yes, if the mountain doesn't come to Muhammad, Muhammad needs to go to the mountain. So these rebellious lawyers, they go to the community members, they go to the poor, live with the poor, and they learn the life of the poor, their suffering, their experience. And this is where they have the feeling, the sentiment, as Purvi is calling that justice is nothing but emotion and feeling. But this feeling and emotion comes when you live the life of the, disempowered, the marginalized community. That's what I've been doing through community law reform. Initially, we used to say lawyering for the poor is lawyering, lawyering for the poor is lawyering for justice. After 10 years of experimenting. I thought, come on, when I say lawyering for the poor, it means the lawyer is still, his position above the rest of the community. The lawyer dictates, the lawyer is the leader. Well, that's how, in that way, the empowerment of the community is never going to happen. So after 10 years of experimenting, we changed our slogan from lawyering for the poor to lawyering with the poor is lawyering for justice. So now we say the poor is lawyering for justice, where the leadership has to remain with the community itself. The lawyer, my rebellious lawyer, can be a comrade of the community. He can be a co-fighter. He can be a, supporting them. He can be a crusader, but not the leader. The leadership has to come from the community itself. That is what means empowerment of the communities. That is what means empowerment of the poor. That is what means justice education. That is what means ensuring justice in the society at the grassroots level. So, dear guests, I believe that what I've been doing is through CLR, we have been trying to organize the communities. And I believe I have retired, as I just mentioned, that I am a retired professor of law. So I retired from my, regular teaching. But I believe that, the main part, the best of the students, I used to say that best of my law students are those who only get, A+ and all those very high GPAs. No, he or she is not the best of the law student. Best of the law student is the best of the social organizer. If you can organize the society, if you can organize the communities. So community organizing and coalition building should be the basic skill of a lawyer in a society which is fighting for ensuring justice for the common man. This would be my message, that let us try to train our law students in a manner that they become very efficient and skilled community organizers. That is how justice may be ensured, and justice education would be then proud of the name that it carries, a very lofty name, which we call justice education, and we love to call ourselves justice educators. So let us be true to the meaning of the word that we're using for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rahman. That is fabulous. I think many of us really feel indebted for what you do as someone who is taking that flag and trying to really keep it as high as possible of rebellious lawyering in this region. And I think this is an immensely important contribution that you are making. And I think both you and Purvi, and whenever I see these people, I always think of that league that Professor Madhav Menon created. And I think the messages that come from both of you, they are so inspiring. Thank you very much, Professor Rahman. I'll move to the next speaker, and I believe the next speaker is Professor Sheena here. Professor Sheena Shukur. Is she here?
Yes, Ajay. Good morning.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Good morning, Dr. Shukur. Dr. Shukur is from the Department of Law, Kannur University, Kerala, India. Over to you, Dr. Shukur.
Okay, thank you so much, Ajay, for inviting me to this program. And Ujjwala was after me, contacting throughout to get this program done. Actually, as you know, see, the Tuesday, very heavy days, beginning of the week, and then we have classes over, but very good to brush up things with the real life experiences. Now, let me start from where both of the speakers earlier were talking about. We are from the university, Kannur University, which is located in Kerala. And this university is very different in the sense that it is formulated in a form of multi-campus, which means it has a jurisdiction over 3 districts, which is closer to Mangalore or Karnataka, which is Kannur, Wayanad, and Kasaragod. And we have 8 campuses altogether. It is totally different, like 130 kilometers away is one campus from the another. Likewise, we have 8 campuses. Why I am saying this is, our law students are engaged in clinical legal education and social justice activities across these campuses, which means these campuses are located in very remote areas. Wayanad, we have the Manandavadi campus, which is a tribal area. Again, Manjeshwaram, which is near to Mangalore, which is also quite a far remote area. And so we make our students engage in social justice activities through clinical legal education. We have only one law department, which is in Kannur district, Talisheri. Now we have started another law campus this year in Manjeshwaram campus, which is in Kasaragod district. So the clinical legal education program is a compulsory component of postgraduate students, LLM students. So this introduction is just to say that we have stopped describing what clinical legal education is or what social justice should be like. We are practically implementing it. Now, how do we do this? The selected students, after giving training, are taken into different campuses. Students who are undergoing IT, MBA, English, anthropology, history, Hindi, many other things, all sort of some 36 departments across the university. And our students will get engaged. The moot court competitions are presented before them. So they will come to know what really is happening. The debates, they get into debates with other students of different disciplines, and they raises questions for which justice answers are given by our students. So when these are being done, what really happens is we could transmit among the students that justice is not something which is conceptualized normally, but it is also, we try to tell them, we try to understand, or we try to make the people understand what justice in terms of the values and norms that is being imbibed in the Constitution of India. We always talk about Constitution. We tell them that the fundamental freedoms, the fundamental rights, which are guaranteed to you, which are the protected rights of people, are to be practiced. When you have that right to be practicing it, we also have to keep in mind that it is also duty of others. A student, the young students who are undergoing their PG in other disciplines, they never know what actually is traveling in triplets in the bike. They just say that if we can give petty money to the police, that is done. Similarly, there are many kinds of things. So we first train our students, like how this law to be taken into the public. We have written pamphlets, notebooks, notes and other writings to the entire undergraduate students in Kannur University. And our students get into, after taking due permission through the universities, all the satellite campuses, our students visit them and talk to them about how you should behave to a child, how you should be engaged with cyber crimes, how you should be, not engaging with crimes, but how you should be dealing with the IT sector when you are put into trouble with any sort of cyber related activity, how actually you should come out of it, what are the precautions that you have to take while dealing with the cyber activities. Again, our students are taken to the forensic department to see how the different kinds of scientific evidences are being taken. And this was done after government's permission. Government of Kerala permitted to take our 25 students to the forensic regional office, and they undergone heavy training. I mean, one full day training about how they are doing it and how do they come into conclusions on the evidences. So likewise, this is what we are undergoing now. From all these activities, what we were trying to impart to our own students in the department is like, this practices just is not only understanding law. It is far more than that, because education, this legal education comes from, or justice education comes from the term education. So we tell them what the 4 pillars of education is: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. Now, understanding comes first, and then how the practical knowledge, how do we impart it? And then what are the what you want to be, what are the inherent interests that one has, and finally, how do you learn to live in the society? So completely, like a person has to live in a society, live amongst a society with people around him. So more importance was given to the peer group learning, that we make them engaged into activities, how they understand law, how they take laws for disseminating the positive of law, and kind of disseminating the objective of the law. That was the first thing that we did. Now, from moving on, that there are, as we know, as we teachers of law, we definitely would be knowing like what has happened with the this decades of the practice of understanding constitution through the judiciary. Judicial process
Dr. Shukur, we are not able to hear you. Dr. Shukur? Dr. Shukur, you need to reconnect, I think. We lost connection with you. Is she reconnecting?
No, I can't see her.
Yeah, she's there. Unmute yourself, Sheena, please.
Yes. Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Internet is stable. I'll just wind it up. The thing is, we are practicing what actually social justice is, what actually justice education is, on the basis of the discussions done by the Supreme Court of India. Wherever there are statutory zones, wherever there are declarations to be made by the judges, when the interpretations to be given on social justice things, this is being taken to the students. So that is our primary objective, how to read law and clinic here. Now, this other students. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shukur. You mentioned about the practical work that the students have been doing, and I think that work is really important. We have those ideas of social justice and all the philosophical notions, ideas, etc. But I think in practical terms, what we do and how we do it, those experiences are really important. And they present a very good opportunity for all of us to learn from. I'll move to the next speaker, Professor Angbeen Mirza. She teaches at Sheikh Ahmad Hassan School of Law, Lahore University of Management Sciences, Pakistan. She's also a very distinguished colleague at the Global Alliance for Justice Education. So welcome, Dr. Mirza, and over to you now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ajay. And thank you to Bharati Vidyapeeth New Law College, deemed to be university. I'm really honored to be here. My co-panelists, I'm feeling under pressure because there's such senior distinguished panelists that have gone before me. I'd like to begin by appreciating what Dr. Sheena was saying. I think that every time we look at Kerala, it's always practically doing the things that at least those of us on this side of the border are thinking about. So Kerala's always steps ahead. And even in this justice education, the fact that they're already implementing things, I think is commendable. I'm going to end up repeating a few things that were said by Dr. Purvi and Dr. Mizanur Rahman, because I think they hold true for us here in Pakistan as well. But I also want to speak a little bit from the practice perspective. So, when we talk about challenges, new approaches and challenges from the lawyer's perspective. So, so Pakistan, again, of course, is very much stuck in its colonial legacy. Our statutes, much like perhaps Bangladesh, our statutes are still very old. So the legal system is not, the vision of the legal system really doesn't seem to be justice at all. It's more of, it's still in a very administrative stage. And the legislation that continues to come out of our state continues to be very administrative. So it's not looking at, it doesn't seem to be making law for its own people, but it seems to be making law, like Dr. Ajay said in the start, to oppress the people. It's like a conspiracy. It's like law is continually made to control people and control the masses. And that's a problem that I think sets the basis for who is a lawyer. Is a lawyer someone who's going to implement the laws, which are, as we agree, a conspiracy against the common man? Or is a lawyer what just Dr. Purvi and Dr. Mizanur Rahman have called justice warriors or rebellious lawyers? So as law schools across the country, we need to come to a decision as to who are we producing these lawyers for? What are these lawyers going to go out and do? And so I think here, at least, it's still very much our lawyers are being trained to go in and work in law firms and service their clients in law firms. And the vision of being a rebellious lawyer who lawyers with the community is still very much missing over here. And I think that till that vision changes, any effort that is going to be made individually by law schools like ours, for instance, where we try and develop this idea of justice education through clinical legal education and otherwise in theory courses as well. But the overall change, I think, will be missing till we are able to kind of question the basis on what, the basis of our legal education to begin with. So that would be one kind of big point that I'd like us to think about. As our South Asian nations, I think we all suffer from the same kind of challenges in that regard. So now coming back to law schools, again, I think across the board, there is very little thought being given to the role of lawyers. Like Dr. Purvi said, we don't want all of our class of 60 or 50 students to go out and become justice lawyers. But I think a big mission in our law school is to get them to work with communities before we lose them to their big paying corporate jobs. And I think if we are able to do that, and we're able to kind of spark a light of realization of their role as a lawyer, not only to service their client, but to work with the community, I think our job as teachers in a law school is partly achieved. So what we do here at LUMS is we've been running a street law program. And it's interesting that when you start working in a community, you start with a vision, And then it's praxis, right? You go there, you realize that your worldview is very limited. You go and you learn from your community, and then you both learn together. The lawyers and the community learn and they work together, and they're able to come up with an outcome which is different from what had initially been envisaged, and is hopefully more conducive to the law student as well as to the community. And that's why it's very important. Clinical legal education, justice education is it's a treasure, right? Because you have your formal curriculum, but you have your hidden curriculum. And there's so many things that you're doing in your street law, which is not just what you're actually talking to students about, which is legal literacy, but it's also activism. And the activism plays into the curriculum and everything that they do. And I think that would be the essence of the justice education that we're trying to achieve over here at LUMS, by working with communities, helping them identify and address the daily issues that they face. So we'll talk about local government, and then we'll talk about how local government should be doing the work that it's not doing and how they can change that. But moving on from street law, another obvious and very big way that speakers have spoken about before me is an actual clinic. And just like Dr. Purvi was saying, that I think the Supreme Court of India has required that all law schools have law clinics situated in their campus. That would be a problem that our campus would face as well. As we know, Pakistan has been kind of a hotspot for terrorism in these past years. And so university campuses are very protected spaces. You can't just get up and enter a university campus. So not only are they generally located in perhaps elite neighborhoods, they're also very protected. So it's not easy for a vulnerable client who needs access to justice to walk into not only an elite neighborhood, but also a very secure institution, and also still feel comfortable talking to law students and law faculty. So what we're aiming to do is that we're going to be setting up an office in the district courts, so that first barrier to entry into access to justice is hopefully eliminated when at least the surroundings are going to be more conducive to people being able to come and talk to their students, or the lawyer who's going to be sitting there all the time. That brings me to my second kind of big area of concern, is the legal community. So in Pakistan, we receive our licenses after we need to do a pupillage. That's kind of our lab work, I suppose. We do, our legal education is still very much geared to prepare lawyers in theory, and they are still very much expected to learn on the job when they start working at their law firms. And they have to work at a law firm for 9 months or a year before they can apply for their license. Once they apply for their license, the licensing process is something that also, I think, lends itself to a barrier to justice education, because the licensing process is very easy. It's very easy for somebody with a law degree to become a member of the bar. And since the bar controls who can represent clients, it becomes the bar's job to control the quality of the lawyer that they are introducing into the legal community. Now, because that quality is very low, there is a sense in lawyers that they want to feed off the most vulnerable clients possible. So even though we have legal aid laws and we have legal aid rules, there is some opposition by lawyers who are not capable enough to attract well-paying clients, and they want to leech off those clients who have nothing to offer to begin with. And if those clients are taken away by legal aid, or if those clients are taken away by legal clinics in universities, then the lawyers who are not very qualified will lose the vulnerable clients that they are relying on to make their practice work. And I think that's a very big problem, because I understand that there are many jurisdictions around the world where you need to show pro bono work as a firm or as a lawyer in order to get your license renewed. But in Pakistan, if you can get a lifetime license, you never need to worry about getting your license renewed. So it really doesn't matter if you are servicing the community at all. So that brings me back to my first point about we really need to rethink our vision of what it means to be a lawyer in this community. And at this moment, the lawyer in the Pakistani community at least has no official duty to the community that they belong to. And I think that's a very big impediment to the encouragement of justice education, because if law students don't see the need in practicing lawyers, then the need becomes very difficult to implement as a law college as well. I feel like I need a time check at some point if I'm running out of time, because then, okay, I'll keep going. So the last prong then would be civil society, right? So we've talked about lawyers and how it's a problem in lawyers and also law colleges. Law colleges are still, so the curriculum in the law college is decided by the Pakistan Bar Council as well as the regulatory body for university education. And there currently is no core module for clinical legal education. There is a core module on moot court, but as we know, moot court it's not a clinic because there's no access to real clients. So when we run a clinic at LUMS, for instance, it's run as an elective clinic. Students get credit for it, but it's not mandated. Until it's not mandated, of course, the wider university population will not kind of take it on as a mandated course. But the other side of all of this is civil society. And civil society has had to step in to provide legal aid services where the legal community has failed. A lot of these legal services are then premised upon the receipt of donor money, which I think is a double-edged sword. It's a great thing, but it also can sometimes end up not prioritizing vulnerable communities who are not making the news. So there is support for certain communities which really need the support and they are very vulnerable, but inadvertently there is a lack of support for other communities that the legal profession needs to look at. And because the legal profession then relies on kind of civil society to fill in that role, those communities are lost in the process. So I paint a very bleak picture. I do think there is hope in all of this. I think that till such time that we revision who we are as a legal community, I think there is a lot of space for law colleges to continue to do this work with communities as elective projects or as club projects, as student society projects, and develop those relationships with communities, because I think really that is the most important way forward for us, at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mirza. I think some of the problems that you face in Pakistan, we also face similar problems. Like, for instance, this problem of legal community and these lawyers who attain a license so easily to practice. And there would be instances where even people may have not attended a law school at all. Their examinations are written by some other people, and they get a license to practice with a degree like that. And then they really pose a very serious concern before all of us. And I think it's also a poor reflection. If a lawyer's attitude towards issues of justice and practice of law, etc., is intimidating for the common people, I think it is also a poor reflection on teachers. What is it that we taught them, right? And how come they get those degrees without that kind of sensitivity that they need to have, the values that they need to have, values of a lawyer. I think those values are certainly extremely important. You talked about local government. I think that again is a very important aspect here that we face. We often say that we have got wonderful provisions of law, but then there is this deficit by way of governance. So governance deficit is a problem here as well. And we often call it a problem of implementation. We have these good provisions of law, but then there is a problem with their implementation because of governance deficit. And also to add to that is also this entire realm of ethical deficit. So it's just not governance deficit, but also ethical deficit. And maybe ethical deficit can be seen as a part of governance deficit, the larger part of governance. And I think those are really important aspects. We need to strengthen governance. We need to strengthen rule of law, and that's really important. And community, again, you talked about the local community and people and their empowerment. Some of the speakers also mentioned it. I think that's really, really critical. If communities are not included in affairs of law in a way that they can appreciate what law is, not just understand. At this stage, most of us are actually struggling with just this very basic aspect, which is developing an understanding of law in the common people through legal literacy programs, etc., that we organize. But the goal certainly is to ensure that they not just understand, but they also appreciate law. That appreciation is really important. And I say, if law is to succeed, it has to be inclusive of masses in a way that masses can appreciate law and its structures and its mechanisms, etc. Thank you very much. I am reminded of so many aspects that you have touched upon, and that they are really related to us as well in this part. And we need to really work together. And I think that is one of the themes, collaboration, working together, and finding ways to do things together in a way that our responses to these challenges are much more strengthened. Thank you very much. I will now invite the dean and the principal of this college, which is hosting this conclave. So I'll invite Dr. Ujjwala Bendale, the dean of the law school, hosting this program, to address all of us. Dr. Bendale, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would begin with a very good morning to everyone. And of course, I would begin by welcoming you all to this regional conclave on justice education in Asia, building networks for social justice, funded by Regional Committee, Global Alliance for Education, organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, India, New Law College, Pune, which is coordinated by Ms. Ujjwala Sakharkar Madam, Dr. Anisa Sheikh, Professor Syed Noori Sir, Professor Lini Vidhi, and Professor Ajay Pandey Sir, and Professor M.R.K. Prasad Sir. I, today, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth and the New Law College, Pune, warmly welcome you all, specifically Honorable Professor Dr. Vivek Savji Sir, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, Pune, Maharashtra, India. Professor Ajay Pandey Sir, Executive Director, Clinical Programs at Jindal Global Law School. Professor Puri Pokhriyal Madam, Dean, School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Professor Dr. Mizanur Rahman, former Professor, Dhaka University, former Chairman, NHRC, Bangladesh, Director, Bangladesh Institute of Law and International Affairs, Bangladesh. I also welcome Professor Dr. Sheena Shukur, Assistant Professor, Department of Law, Kannur University, Kerala, India. Also, I welcome Professor Agben Mirza, Assistant Professor, Sheikh Ahmed Hassan School of Law, Lahore University of Management Sciences, Pakistan. And lastly, I heartily welcome all the members from all the law schools of India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, Tajikistan, and South Arabia. Before we proceed ahead with today's topic, I would like to very briefly introduce you to Bharati Vidyapeeth's New Law College, Pune, and how we are involved in justice education. So the New Law College, Pune is consistently ranked amongst the top 5 private law colleges in India. It was re-accredited with A+ grade by NAC in 2017. It is one of the constituent units of Bharati Vidyapeeth University, Pune, and is recognized by the Bar Council of India and University Grants Commission. The institution offers quality legal education from undergraduate level to PhD level. Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University's New Law College was the pioneer and first of all to offer multidisciplinary BBA LLB 5 years integrated course. Our college aims at training and producing global legal professionals well equipped with modern advocacy and ICT skills and imparting justice education. The students at our organization play an integral part through not just academics, but also organizing various events and running multiple students' initiative-based cells aiming for training in justice education. For example, the Moot Court Society. A Moot Court Society organizes prestigious Justice P.N. Bhagwati International Human Rights Moot Court competition for past 10 years, wherein 25 different nations from Europe, Africa, Middle East, and Asia participate and share their practical experiences and learning law practically. Besides that, Madhyasthata, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Cell, has been working efficiently in training and imparting and developing the skill sets of the students in the field of ADR. Our ADR cell is in collaboration with London Mediation Academy UK, which guides and trains our students in ADR and mediation for becoming global lawyers. Next, the Legal Aid Cell. The Legal Aid Cell's main motto is justice for all. Justice education at New Law College is practiced through pre-legal aid, legal literacy camps, women empowerment programs, public interest litigations, research projects, child and juvenile care programs. And this year, the Legal Aid Camp has worked very keenly on making the villagers of Khanapur aware about the right to health. And what we have done and we have attempted is, we have attempted to digitally empower the village of Khanapur, and wherein we have taken an initiative step of digitalizing the whole village. Our law students, the volunteers who had been for the legal aid camps, have generated ABHA, Ayushman Bharat Health Account Cards for the villagers to help them to get health benefits provided by the government through various schemes and get online access once they are linked with that particular ABHA card. This was one of the very great initiative which we have taken at our law school, and our law students have worked to enlighten them on the basic natural fundamental right to health. And this is how I believe justice education was imparted, and of course the community service was done at our college. Besides that, the students spreaded awareness regarding cyber crimes through the medium of skits. And even the New Law College students have committed themselves to strive for the welfare of this village of Khanapur this year. Besides this, there are 7 to 8 villages which have been already undertaken under our, you can say, garb, and we have been imparting legal education. And of course, we have been imparting justice education and community services to all these particular villages. Dear all, let me tell you, the vision of our beloved founder Sahib was to go global with his sole weapon of education. And we at Bharati Vidyapeeth's New Law College, Pune, are trying to contribute to the vision of our beloved founder, Honorable Dr. Patangrao Kadam Sahib, by imparting quality legal education and justice education. Today's topic for the session, as all have said, is challenges and new approaches in justice education, role of law colleges, lawyers, and civil society. Already all the dignitaries have enlightened every one of us and have pointed out many challenges as well as pros and cons, and of course solutions as well. I'm going to, I think I'll go to a very ground level of understanding justice education, basically the challenges to justice education, that why we are not flourishing, or rather why Asia is having this many problems. I think there is very firstly, there is lack of motivation amongst the students and the teachers. Basically, when we talk about the students, I think as one of the speakers has said, that the traditional way of teaching law and the traditional curriculum is one of the, we can say, challenge nowadays, which we have to overcome, and we have to, inculcate amongst the students the new approaches and the new concepts of justice education. And of course, when it comes to teachers, I'll tell you, the teachers are so, rather we all should agree to this, that justice education is suffering. Why? Because the teachers are more, you can say, involved in administrative work. And because of the advent of all these great systems and accreditations and all sorts of, you can say, inspections and etc. The teachers are more administrators than academicians, and this is where research is hampered, I believe. And when research is hampered, the concerns for justice education is also hampered, is what is my concern today. I believe the administrative work is so overburdened, or rather so overburdening the teacher, that all the inclination of teachers to impart justice education to some extent, to some percentage, is hampered. Besides this, I believe after COVID, we all should think in this direction, that we have to motivate the teachers spiritually and emotionally, besides not only academically and administratively. And the second part, I think, is a challenge, is the salary packages. If you compare Asia and Western countries, we try to adopt the concepts of legal education and teaching of legal education from Western countries to a certain extent. But then when we talk about teachers, I really think that teachers are respected in Asia, but teachers are not very well motivated, or rather their work is unnoticed. And so for this, I believe the biggest challenge is the salary packages. And if you compare them with the Western countries, the salary packages are very nominal ones, which do not keep the teachers motivated, is what is my concern, or rather is what is the challenge. Now, what are the new approaches to justice education? Firstly, if we take care of this particular concepts of motivating the teachers and the students, that is ethically, morally, socially, spiritually, that will take care of all these particular concerns. Firstly, secondly, the traditional teachings should be changed with new technological teachings, which is happening only in few good institutes rather than all the law schools. All law schools are still undergoing the traditional approaches and traditional practices, which is very frustrating. So we should change this particular aspects. Besides that, as I told, the salary packages should be taken care of, and there comes the governance of this country or any country in Asia. The government should realize that clinical legal education, if it is to be promoted, we have to take care of its implementation in right sense and right conditions in every law schools. And we have to have positive, motivating implementations of clinical education in every part of this particular part of the world. And of course, when we talk about Asia, and research in every aspect should be promoted and right sense from I can say from the first day of the school of law, you can say programs. So that means from the first year itself, I believe every one of us should make the students aware of what is happening around in the society and how the community requires our help and our concerns in you can say justice education. So I believe we all should work together, and that is what is our concern through this particular conclave, that we all should share our concerns together, and we all should have a uniform understanding of clinical legal educations, or we should have a uniform understanding of justice education for Asia specifically. And with this, I would really say that we all, when madam was talking about model, we all should plan together certain models to be implemented for proper legal educations and of course justice education in our countries. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries for this particular regional conclave on justice education in Asia, and I express my gratitude towards each one of you for joining for this conclave and gracing this occasion. And thank you once again. Thank you everyone. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bendale.
Yes, sir.
That was really very, very nice to hear about various activities that the law school is undertaking to make the ideas of justice education real, in the real sense. Actually, there are discussions, there are written words, beautiful words, but then when it comes to they being realized in reality, it's quite a different aspect. And I think some of the work that you people are doing is really inspiring. And thank you very much for whatever you are doing. And I think this conclave is also a part of that endeavor, being in that situation of doing whatever you can. you are trying to really reach out to so many different stakeholders, which is really important. So thank you very much there. I would welcome and thank students of Pasundan University who are participating in this event. They are sitting as a class actually. So the entire class is participating. So good to see that video of the entire class participating in the leadership of our esteemed colleague, Professor Leni. All right. There may be some questions. I understand that two of our panelists have had to go and they are not with us. But questions are really important. There may be some questions, observations, comments, concerns, etc. Questions need not necessarily be answered, but questions need to be there. They need to be pursued. And I think questions are often definitive. Answers may not be. Answers generally are not definitive. Answers change, and questions need to be pursued, not really answers. So if there are any compelling questions, any observations, any comments from anyone, you're most welcome to do that. And you'll have a little over 5 minutes to do so. And then I'll hand it over to Professor Ujjwala. Any questions, comments, observations? Everybody is like quite, it seems quite content, and really there are no questions or observations. Perhaps we need some exercises maybe in the next few sessions where everyone can participate, and that is also one important aspect of clinical legal education. So I'll now invite Professor Ujjwala Sakhalkar to say a few words, and then we conclude this session.
Thank you, Professor Ajay. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the microphone and time for a few minutes to propose vote of thanks. I would like to use this valuable opportunity to make few points. The concept and ideal that brought us together from different countries and regions is justice. We want all law schools, professors, law students to focus on teaching and learning the implementation of justice instead of merely learning the provisions of law. I believe law is an instrument of social change. We believe in bringing innovations in curriculum and pedagogy and introduce new initiatives to become part of the process of social change. There are several challenges in Asian region. We suffer from common issues like poverty, hunger, unemployment, oppression, and non-accessibility to legal system. Oppression sometimes resulting in armed conflict and also in migration. In analyzing these dimensions of injustice and teaching method to deal with them and defend the victims, we must have inclusive vision. Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world is one family. This is the reason why New Law College, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university, has created this platform for collaborations, networking, develop research initiatives, and networking. After conclusion of the first conclave, we are in the second one now. And I'm thankful to Regional Committee Global Alliance for Justice Education for supporting us in our endeavor. We sincerely thank Honorable Professor Dr. Vivek Saoji, Vice Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university, for gracing this occasion. Dr. Ujjwala Bendali, ma'am, a big thank for you for your guidance and for your constant support. We also thank the speakers who accepted our invite and agreed to be part of our journey. Thank you, participants, students, volunteers, and Mr. Aditya Tipse for technical support. Thank you, one and all. We meet after 15 minutes after this session. Thank you so much.
हेलो एक मिनट थांबा हेलो hello madam just there was one
Hello.
request can the recording of the morning session be shared with the participants
Hello.
yes
Yes, sir.
ma'am yes ma'am this is Ashutosh I am also one of the participants I had just one request can the recording of the morning session be shared with the participants please
Yes, sir. We will be sharing it. Thank you
yeah
so much.
thank you so
Yeah.
much ma'am. Thank you so
And
much
thank you, Dr. Ashutosh, for joining.
yes ma'am I joined but I missed the first lecture that first session
Sure, sure,
thank you so
sure.
much ma'am thank you so much
Thank you for joining.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Anisha. So, did the moderators join?
Yes, sir. Dr. Samuel has joined, and even
And
Navdika has joined.
okay. Okay, Navtika and Dr. Samuel, uh, this is Prasad. I hope you can hear us.
Dr. Samuel, can you hear me?
Navtika, can you hear us? Where is it? No, I don't think Navtika has joined yet. No.
So timing is 11:45, so maybe 5 or 10 minutes before they will join.
Yeah, but Ujjwala, can you just call Navtika and ask her to join?
Yes, Prasad, I will.
Yeah. I sent already a message asking them, but just. And what about the presenters have joined? Doesn't look like.
No, presenters.
No. Dr. Samuel, can you hear us?
Good morning. I can hear you.
Okay, good. Good morning, Samuel. This is Prasad from Goa.
Yeah. See you. Yes.
What time is it for you?
In Nigeria here now, it's about 7 a.m. Nigerian time. This is
7 a.m. in the morning. Okay.
7:01 a.m.
Sorry, I couldn't get you.
I said it is 7:01.
Okay. Thank you for joining.
Dr. Samuel, thank you for joining. Good morning. This is Ujjwala.
Good morning. It's good to see you, Ujjwala. And I think I can see Tiwari. That's what Tiwari. Then Professor Prasad.
Yeah.
It's good to be with you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think Nautika.
Good morning, sir. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Nautika.
Nautika and Professor Samuel, how you, both of you are moderators, so there are 6 speakers. Nautika, how are you going to divide
So,
them?
sir, we have divided the first 3 presenters. I will be introducing and taking care of the presentations. And last 3, Professor Samuel will be, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Professor Prasad, sir,
Yeah.
can we play a video of the first conclave? It is of 10 minutes. 5.
Yeah, you can, because
12
I don't
minutes.
know whether the speakers have joined it.
Yes, some of them join. Some of them have joined. We can just play the video for some time.
Otabek. Okay, fine. As you wish.
Can I say something? For the introduction of the speakers, do we have the about data?
Yeah, I have sent it. I have shared it.
Okay.
Okay, I will send you again. I'll send you.
Oh, thank you. Please send it to my WhatsApp.
I'll send you in the WhatsApp. I'll send you in the WhatsApp group.
Thank you very much.
I think Pasundan University, the entire class is here. Thank you so much.
Professor Samuel, I am also forwarding the bios. I have downloaded, so I'm sending it to right away.
Hello?
Prasad, sir, I am forwarding it to him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Prasad sir, Pasundan University, we can see the entire class, I believe.
Yeah? Oh,
yeah.
That's great. That's great.
They all have joined.
Yes. The whole class I can see. That's nice.
Good evening, everyone. Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University's New Law College, Pune, has organized a regional conclave on justice education in Asia, which is funded by the Regional Committee of Global Alliance for Justice Education. The core objectives of this conclave is to provide platform to all the members of law fraternity for sharing their experience on justice education in Asia. Secondly, to encourage research throughout Asia. Thirdly, to increase the empathy amongst the law students towards the global education in Asia. I wholeheartedly express my gratitude towards Professor Syed Nuri Sir, Professor M.R.K. Prasad, Professor Ujjwala Sakharkar and Professor Anisa Sheikh for conceptualizing this conclave. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Hugh McFall. I'm head of the Open University Law School in the United Kingdom, and I'd like to speak to you about the Regional Conclave for Justice Education in Asia, which I was very happy to attend in September 2022. So I found the conclave to be very relevant for any practitioners of law or academics working to promote justice education. And I was particularly pleased to share perspectives on particular issues in different regions, some of the priorities around justice education, and in particular the social movement in Iran and how our approach to justice education can support these movements that are agitated for change in their countries. And I felt it was a very interesting forum to bring in voices from both Europe and Asia to share particular perspectives on their approach to engaging their students. And what was struck me really was the variety of approaches and how willing we were as justice educators to share perspectives and learn from one another. So it was a very dynamic and a very engaging conclave, and I would encourage you to attend a future conclave if given the opportunity to do so. Many thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Zoha. I was part of this program, and I've got to admit that the best thing for me was the fact that we were all connected through online sessions, because obviously we didn't go through the trouble of traveling, booking hotel and everything. So personally, I would suggest more of these types of program, even if it is in person. So it's always good to have, now that the world has been used to having online meetings and everything. So it's good always to have a side for those who have problems and barriers to attend in-person programs. So it's always good to have this online part. And also, what I loved most was about the fact that in our session and panel, we were asked to speak about our own experiences. So, and also we were all given a set of questions to answer and base all of them on our personal experiences. And for me, that was really good, because first of all, we were all being asked same question and answering same question based on different countries. So that could definitely give a very good comparison. So for future programs, I personally suggest that there will be more of these type of parts and panels in those programs. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Ujjwala from Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune. I was member of organizing a network committee for regional conclave on justice education in Asia held in September 2022. Being a virtual conclave, it obviously had inherent challenges, but academically an exceptional experience. The conclave had speakers, moderators, panelists and participants from Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan, sharing their work and perspectives on justice education. This brought in diverse perspectives and practices, which created a wonderful platform for learning. I believe we all will continue working passionately towards justice education. Many thanks.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Bharti Yadav, Assistant Professor of Law, National Law University, Delhi. I recently attended this conclave and I had an amazing experience of being a part of this conclave. I participated in two capacities. Firstly, I presented a paper to share my experience of promoting equal access to justice, and I also moderated one of the sessions, which I tried to make as much engaging as possible. The best part of the conference is that it was attended not only by the faculty members who are engaged in promoting equal access to justice, but also by people from other disciplines, be it advocate or people working with NGOs or other organizations who are engaged in different capacities in promoting equal access to justice. So it provided an opportunity to all the participants to have a wider understanding of ways of promoting equal access to justice in India. Such conclave is very, very relevant in Indian scenario and a country like India, because we face this problem of unequal access to justice, and this conclave provided an opportunity to all the participants who are already in their capacity or in their different roles trying their level best for promoting equal access to justice, to learn from others' experiences, that how they can improve their working of promoting equal access to justice in India and other countries from Asia. I wish that we could have more of such conclaves where we could continue learning from the experiences of other people working in the area of promoting equal access to justice. And I sincerely thank the organizers of the conclave for providing this platform, which was so friendly, which was so accommodating, which was so encouraging and motivating for all the participants to come forward, to learn, to share, to inspire others. So best of luck for the next conclave, and wish to have many more such conclaves in the time to come. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Dr. Kalpesh Kumar Gupta, faculty at Par University, Vadodara, Gujarat. In the month of September, New Law College Pune organized regional conclave on justice education in Asia. So I'm thankful to the organizer for inviting me as a panel discussion and as a presenter also. I shared my experience on like how the course on legal aid can meet the objective of justice education, and as a panelist, like what can be done in the justice education, and then the clinical legal education that's really missing in the Indian context. So this is a very good initiative, I would say, and I must congratulate the organizer for this kind of unique the initiative. I hope they will keep coming with various edition with the various flavor in future also. Thank you very much.
Hi, I have the privilege to say something about the conclave organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university. It was my proud privilege to be a part of this useful conclave as a moderator, and I must appreciate that Bharati Vidyapeeth has successfully organized this conclave. First of all, I want to say that the topic was very timely, was very contemporary, and it actually dealt with law school's role in fashioning social justice. That sounded very attractive and interesting to me, and perhaps that was the reason why I did not hesitate to say yes when I was approached by Ms. Ujwala Sakhalkar and Professor Masood Nuri. My experience in terms of sharing knowledge, I want to say that as a moderator, I got introduced with my co-moderators, also knew about this university promising law school, and was also introduced with the hosts, moderators, academics, and youth group members, and it was really mutually beneficial to know each other's work. I should say that organizing a conference or conclave of this stature is not easy. As such, I will not distinguish between what was best and what was non-best. Every single bit of a particular conference or conclave is important. As such, I really appreciate the effort of the organizers that they have put it. In many ways, I have been enriched by these conferences. For example, apart from myself, I am sure that the audience has been largely benefited. They have enriched their knowledge, they have created ideas, and obviously the main advantage of such type of conclave is to create a network among the same-minded people. In future, I would say that the university can establish an environment of sharing knowledge, create forums, doing exchange programs, throwing joint research projects, and obviously establish law clinics where academics and people of different legal background can work. Hopefully this experience will be extended further in near days to come, and I wish all the very best and future endeavors given by or accepted by or organized by Bharatiya Vidyapeeth.
My name is Leni Widi Mulyani. I'm from Indonesia. I currently work as a lecturer and also a CLE coordinator at the Faculty of Law, Pasundan University, Indonesia. My experience after joining with the conclave last year is really excited, and then gained a lot of information and also networking, and it was such a blessed for me to be a part of this program, and hopefully that you all can also join with the next conclave, which is it will be held for the next January 2023. And I think you all going to have the same experience like I did. This is the time for you to show to the world that wonderful work you have been done, and then also a good opportunity to make a collaboration each other.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Anisa Sheikh, faculty, Bharati Vidyapeeth deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, India. It's really an honor to be a member of organizing and networking committee for the regional conclave on justice education in Asia held in September 2022. Regional conclave focused on bringing dynamics of justice education and diversity in perspectives. It was pleasure working with our colleagues from Asia and sharing best approaches and practices. I hope the collaborations continue consistently, making access to justice a reality. Thank you.
Yes, Prasad sir, can we
Ujjwala,
start
can
now?
we start? Anisha, can we start?
Yes, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. This is Dr. Prasad from Salgaonkar Law College, Goa, and welcome to the session 2, Regional Conclave on Justice Education. I am the facilitator for the sessions 2. Session
Yes,
2
sir.
is titled as Policy Advocacy Initiatives Towards Building Grassroots for Social Change, Certain Pointers in Enhancing Justice Education. Now, when I looked at this topic, I found there are 4 interesting words. One is that policy advocacy initiatives. Second one is building grassroots. Third one is the social change. And the fourth one is justice education. So how do we understand this session is going to be? Is basically what kind of policy interventions that were undertaken in legal education towards building grassroots initiatives to bring social change. So that brings to me, there are few thoughts of mine. One is that we need to understand that the policy advocacy is, it's a strategy to bring desired change. That means if you want to bring a change, you need to advocate those change. And your mere advocating the change is not enough, that we need to bring a policy to see that the change do happen. Therefore, the policy advocacy aims at influencing primarily the decision makers. That means the persons who can bring the change, or the persons who can bring the policy. That is the target for us to advocate, asking them to bring the change. For example, in the Indian context, mostly the decision makers are like Bar Council of India and the University Grants Commission and the Government of India to bring these kind of changes. So in India, these various stakeholders that controls the legal education, as right now I said, primarily the Bar Council of India, to a large extent University Grants Commission, and to some extent the government, and maybe some point of time the judiciary and law commissions, etc., do play some kind of a role. And if you look at the whole legal education in India, it's very uneven in the whole country. We have national law schools, we have private universities, we have public funded universities, there are affiliated law colleges. We run 5-year course, we run 3-year course, and in 5-year course we have different streams. So there are different initiatives when it comes to legal education. And when you look at how the policy changes have initiated in the legal education, there are many reforms that we could note, right from the Bar Council to the government to the UGC to judiciary. But it's very unfortunate that most of these initiatives or the policy changes that we have in the legal education in India is focusing more on how to prepare competent lawyers. How do we improve the image of the profession? But there are very few initiatives that brought legal education towards empowering the justice education. I wouldn't say that there are not, but not many. Therefore, the question that we need to look at today is that is the legal education reform should only focus on the competent lawyers to produce, or are we also looking at whether we make these lawyers socially relevant? So one of the strong statement that comes from the Carnegie report from the American law schools is that legal education create smart people without any purpose. That means technocratically strong lawyers are not sufficient for us to have, but it requires the legal education to create competent yet socially relevant lawyers. Therefore, my take is that the legal education need to create an equitable society. It should promote culture of lawfulness, and the law schools must have the social justice agenda to improve access to justice. Therefore, towards promoting that, improving access to justice, what kind of policies we have and what kind of policy advocacies we could have in future is the discussion for today's session. Now, one of the questions that I'm asking is, how do you create the barefoot lawyers? Do we have any roadmap? In Indian scenario, when we have the national law schools, which revolutionized the legal education to some extent, is it time for us to think, should we have a community law schools now? So the national law schools experimentation is long back, but does we have any roadmap or any policy discussions on whether we should have community law schools? I briefly give you some of the policy initiatives that happened in India, particularly in 70s and early 80s. There are 3 reports that comes on legal aid, drafted by 2 eminent judges of the Supreme Court, Justice Krishna Iyer and P.N. Bhagavati, 1973 report, 1977 report, 1981 report. All 3 of them discuss about how law schools can be a part of the social justice agenda by having legal aid clinics. We are talking about 70s. Now we are in 2022. Still we are discussing how to involve the law colleges. That means we did not travel much. Then we have also have this 184th Law Commission report talking about why clinical legal education need to be institutionalized in the law schools. And in 1988 and 1990, Professor Upendra Bakshi has submitted a curriculum development report. If anybody is interested, please read that report, where Bakshi vehemently argued that the entire legal education should be for the purpose of implementing the constitutional values in it. And he suggested to have subjects like law and poverty, law and rural development, science, technology, etc., to bring that social education component into the legal education. And in 1997, the Bar Council of India has given us a mandate that every law college shall offer a legal aid clinic, which is mandatory, and was given 4 credits. However, in 2008, the Bar Council of India minimum standards on legal education rules made that legal aid as compulsory for the final year students, but removed the credits. The another important initiation that came from is the New Education Policy 2020. So there, the new education policy exclusively on the legal education talks about the ability of the state and private interest to adhere to the constitutional values and establish, support, and maintain the rule of law. So the national education policy says that the curriculum should reflect socio-cultural context in the legal education, and it also advocated for multilingual education. That means every state, of course, in India, each state speaks a different language. We have more than 1,000 languages that we speak, and predominantly legal education is in English. Therefore, the national education policy is also telling us to have a regional language, the law schools in regional language, where the legal education should be taught in the local language. And similarly, the National Law School Bangalore has adopted a new vision for legal education in emerging global scenario, where it strongly proposed to have a BSW LLB program, that is Bachelor's of Social Work and Bachelor's of Law, to emphasize the practice of law in the fields of social movements. So that's a very good policy advocacy that the National Law School has initiated. So therefore, in this context, I don't want to take much because there are 6 speakers. In this context, what I'm expecting is that the presenters would kind of tell us what kind of policy interventions are undertaken in their country and what could be the future policy advocacies that they would like to suggest. So with this, my brief opening comments, I request Anisha Sheikh to introduce the moderators and carry on. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. I am Dr. Anisa Sheikh, Assistant Professor, Bharati Vidyapeeth, New Law College, Pune. I welcome both the moderators for session 2, Dr. Navtika Singh and Professor Samuel. I welcome all the participants, Professor Dr. Otabek from Uzbekistan, Jihan from Indonesia, Renaldi from Indonesia, Sohrab from Iran and Costa Rica, Tosca from Poland, and Professor Saslina from Malaya University. First moderator, that Dr. Nautika Singh, is Assistant Professor in School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies at National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. She has 9 years teaching and research experience. She has completed her philosophy of doctorate in intercountry adoption laws from Uttaranchal University, Dehradun, and completed LLM from Indian Law Institute, New Delhi. Dr. Nautika has edited book on e-waste management challenges opportunities, which is published by Thomas Rauter. She has published 29 articles and 60 research papers. She has delivered many keynote addresses. She is currently serving herself as a member of 21 prestigious editorial board and reviewers in different national and international journals. She has founded a virtual school on personality development and professional skills for grooming future professionals. Dr. Nautika had full scholarship to present her work in 10th Worldwide Conference at Indonesia. So I welcome first moderator, Dr. Nautika Singh. Our second moderator for session 2 is Dr. Olabek Samuel, is Associate Professor of Law and current Dean of Faculty of Law in Adekune Ajasin University, Nigeria. He attended Lagos State University, Nigeria for his first and second degree in law. He was admitted to Nigeria Bar in 1995. He obtained doctorate degree in law from University of Zululand, South Africa in 2014. His teaching experience across Nigeria, Uganda, and South Africa. He is a visiting scholar to Kampala International University, Uganda, City University, Somalia. He has been author of legislation and control of gas emanation in Nigeria, South Africa. So I welcome both the moderators for session 2, and session 2 is titled as Policy Advocacy Initiative Towards Building Grassroots for Social Change, certain pointers enhancing justice education. So we hope we'll take all the pointers and will listen all presenters keenly. Thank you. So we'll start the session.
Thank you so much, Prashant sir and Anisha ma'am, for wonderful, beginning of the session. Please pardon my throat. Excuse me. Yeah. So how we have divided this session. Excuse me. I'm really sorry for this. So how me and my co-moderator, Dr. Samuel, has divided the session. I will be taking first 3 speakers and their introduction, and Dr. Samuel will be taking the last 3 presenters. So presenters, you have 10 minutes for your presentations, plus 5 minutes for the discussion and question answer. Without much ado, let me just call the first presenter for the day, Professor Dr. Otto Beck. Professor Otto Beck is a doctor of law, legal and regulatory advisor. Professor Otto Beck has great experience in academic, public administration in private sector. Sir has involved himself as an associate professor at Tasnit State Law University in public administration. Sir was a lawyer at Securities Commission of Uzbekistan, and in private sector, he has worked as an attorney in law firm. He has had internship in IOSCO, international conferences he has attended, and he has also done a whole course of Nayoga University, where he helped to found a new spectrum in his future career. He has had collaboration with foreign research institutions, universities, and international organizations. He had past research field mostly dedicated to the financial regulations and supervisory structure, especially with respect to securities market regulations. During his past study, he had get in touch with economics, administrative law, civil law, and corporate law. With this brief introduction of Professor, I want to invite him for his session proposal. Over to you, Professor Otto Beck.
Thank you very much. Good day for everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. So if you give me to right to share the screen, so I had some presentations to share with you.
Sir, there is a green share screen button. You can share your proposal through that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. So, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So today my topic dedicated in the more than 2 decades experience of Tashkent State University of Law legal clinical education. So in this regard, so I will touch upon the following issues. So first one is the brief info about the Uzbekistan. Then what's the level of the legal education in Uzbekistan currently. Then more about the Tashkent State University of Law Legal Clinic, its origin, aims, structure, and the forms of activity. And lastly, some challenges and perspectives of clinical legal education. So if briefly speaking about the Uzbekistan, we are the country which is double landlocked and which is historically in the center of the Silk Road with rich of natural resources. So we have independence since 1991, and since then we are building the economy, our market economy. So secular state, more than 36 million population we have, and the structure of the population is that youth under 30 age comprises more than 60% of the population, which gives the more emphasis on the education and their knowledge. So about the Tashkent State University of Law. So it was established in 1991. Currently, in Uzbekistan, only public universities has the law faculties. There are 4 public universities, and totally around 10,000 students are teaching law in these universities. And TSU has more than 6,000 students, and there are around 4,000 attorneys in Uzbekistan, and some part of our graduates going to to work as attorney as well. The current tendency is the legal education is to implement the world best practices and enhance the international cooperation. So in this regard, so we are currently very tight, doing very tight cooperation with world high-ranking organizations like QS and Times Higher Education and so on. So our goal is to implement these world best practices and rise our activity. So about legal access and legal clinical education. So origin of legal clinic in Uzbekistan has more than 2 decades history. So first clinics were established in 2000 in our university and another university, which is called University of World Economy and Diplomacy. So currently we have main clinics in the capital, which is Tashkent, and some 3 regions of Uzbekistan. So, and differing from the legal clinics which are established in the structure of the university, we have another clinics which works under the auspices of other institutions, like, for example, Federation of the Trade Unions, or Chamber of Commerce of Uzbekistan, or youth centers of Uzbekistan, like this. So every entity can also create the legal clinic in order to help and to improve the legal access and access to justice. So why we established the legal clinic? As in many countries, we have main goals, and you can see there are 3 main goals of establishing our legal clinic. The first goal is the quality of our students. So firstly, we consider the legal clinic as the process of legal education, as one one branch of the legal education process. So first is the harmonization of the theory with practice. The second is the access to justice, contribution to access to justice through providing the free legal aid. And the third one is, which is bigger and which is the most strategic goal, is the raising the legal awareness and the culture in the society. So this is the ultimate goal, and we all work focused on reaching this goal. So the structure of our clinic. The structure of our clinic consists of some sections which you can see in your screens. So civil law, labor law, family law, administrative law, criminal law, and other issues sections. So mainly, so we divide the students in these sections, groups, and by their will, and we will rotate them per month, after a month. And we have a separate clinic or separate project, which is called Street Law. So we work with the elementary school students, and we try to write their legal awareness, legal knowledge, and legal skills. And international competitions, also the one of the new sections which we have, which was established in last 3 years, and media lawyers club, also the one of the structure of our clinic. So main form of activity is consist of these 4 forms. First is the live clinic, which means that every day from Monday to Friday, we accept the offline inquiries from the people who can come to our university, to our clinic from 10 a.m. to 15 p.m. and they address their issues. We have students who are on duty every day, and they will interview them. If possible, they will consult and they will give them free legal advice. The second form is the online reception. Online reception, we established it in last 2 years due to the COVID restrictions, and it works in the 24/7 regime. So it means that anytime people can send out their interesting issues or problems, so we will reply them within 3 days. Outreach, usually once a month, so we will go to the local communities. We beforehand to organize the time and day and place. We will go there with our specialists, with our students, and we will make some short lectures on actual problems, and then we will hear their issues, and we will reply them, and we will give them a free legal advice. And the fourth one is street law and trainings. At least twice a month, we have trainings for students and for volunteers, which are usually related to writing their legal skills mainly. So works performed at the legal clinic during the years, you can see in this chart. So when, for example, in 3 years, we have more than 1,500 people who directly address it to our clinic. And while the online inquiries were more than 3 times more than the offline. So that's why we are going to develop the digitalization of our clinical education system as well. And then you can see how many students involved, and year by year it's increasing. So in media sphere, we are working on raising the public awareness, legal culture, legal knowledge. So handbooks mainly, this is the collection of the most and actual issues with their proper answers for students and for people who can find their interesting issues. So master classes for students mainly, with the invitation of the practitioners and other specialists from every interesting fields, and travel consultations, which means the outreach sessions. So mainly this is the statistics by our sections. For example, family issues, you can see this is only from January to April of 2012. So labor law and the housing issues, which are the most addressed spheres. So the main issues addressed to our legal clinic is the mainly child allowance, how to take it, what's the procedure, what's the amount of the child allowance, and other issues usually addressed by the woman. Then pension issues, loan agreements, state subsidies, heritage issues, housing, fraud online issues, and land issues. So this is for October, our statistics. So what kind of legal aid we provide at our legal clinic? Mainly legal advising and spreading legal information.
Professor, sorry to interrupt you. The 10 minutes are over. Please wind up in next 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. So so what we cannot do is the representation, only drafting documents, spreading legal information, and legal advice. So due to the time restrictions, so I will stop only the perspectives of the legal clinic education. So what we see, how we can develop our legal clinical education. So first concept is that first direction is the full digitalization, which means that creating professional and multifunctional Telegram bot, which are mainly used in our region, and creating a modern accessible website and short video audio materials on popular issues, actively using legal tech products. The second is expanding the scope of legal education and free legal aid by subject and by territory. By subject means not only for law students, but all of the population. By territory means not only in the Tashkent or in the territory of the university, but enhance it also, and including in the worldwide level. And the third is improving the work with citizens' problems, strengthening the cooperation and networking. This is the short of my presentation. If you have any questions, so I would like to have to answer them, or you can send it by email. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much for ending up it on time. Now the house is open for the question answer or discussion. If anybody would like to have it, please, we can have a minute for the same.
Can we do all the questions at the end of the session, Nautika? Would that be better?
Yes, sir, that would be perfectly fine.
It would be wasting of time mostly. So any participants having questions, can you please put in the chat box so we will take it?
Sure, sir, sure. So participants, you kindly take a note. All the questions will be at the last after all the presentations. Kindly write in the chat box. We'll be taking care of your questions. So
and also if anybody wants a specific speaker to be answering their question, please put their name also.
Yes, sir. So with this, thank you so much, Professor Ottobek. Now we are going to our second presentation. The second presenter is, excuse me, is Zihan. We are going to the presentation. Jihan Saveri Yasmin Lengping is a volunteer at Samahita, Bandung, Indonesia. She began to recognize and study gender and feminism issues when she entered university and active in street law activities, advocating and doing counseling for sexual violence victims in the Bandung area, Indonesia. She wants to contribute to local communities by doing street law for 10th grade students of a vocational school in Moimere, Cap, Sikka, East Nusa, Tenggara regarding gender-based violence and getting great enthusiasm and acceptance of the material from these students. She also becomes the Women of the Week by Hear My Voice Women's Network for her involvement in increasing understanding and knowledge about sexual and gender-based violence in the local community. With these words, with this introduction, I would like to invite her for her presentation. Over to you, Jihan.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Good day, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me share my screen first. Okay.
It is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so today I will talk and presentate about social counseling for sexual violence victims based on my perspective and my experience as a volunteer at Samaita Bandung, Indonesia. Okay, so first, let me introduce myself. Just like Ma'am Natsvika has already spoken, my name is Jihan Syafira Yasupin Lameng. You can call me Vira. Now I'm pursuing my master's degree in Pajajaran University, and also I'm active in social activities. Before in clinical education, Pajajaran University, I am also active in doing advocacy and also doing social counseling for sexual violence victims. Okay. The next slide is I have quick games to know you guys. You can answer this question. Where are you joining from? And you can please answer this question on the chat box below. So for example, I will start with myself. And this is me, Vira. I'm joining from Rome in Pasundan University in Indonesia. Okay, so I see many comments pop up in the chat box. Okay, there is Sirpajwal from Nepal. There's Ma'am Latvika from India, home, India, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and also Nigeria. Oh my God. It's really great to see all of this. Okay, so let me know, how is the weather there? How is the weather? In here in Bandung, Indonesia, the weather is sunny today. So I think that it is expressing my feelings that I'm really excited to do the presentation today. Okay, normal here. Sunny but cold. Wow. It's unique, sunny but cold. There is a sun, but you have a cold. Yes, okay, sunny. Okay, same here. Okay. Okay, hi. Hi, Jessica. I'm from Iran. Okay. Right now, I'm meeting you from Poland. Wow. -3 degrees. So cold. I hope you're okay right there. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for the answer. I'm really great to see the answer because it is people, we are people that come from another country, another background. There's people from Nepal, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, for Poland, and it is really great to share with you guys, to have a gathering, engage, to share our perspective, and also our insight about our activism background. Thank you, everyone, for the answers. So maybe I will put, okay, I didn't see that. Okay, it's okay. Okay, thank you. So the next slide. Okay, I will answer the question, or I will tell you guys about what is a life at Samaita Bandung. How is a life as a volunteer life at Samaita Bandung? So first of all, I would like to tell you what is Samahita Bandung. So Samahita is a civil society organization that works on provide social counseling to sexual violence victims, and we also have a purpose to against sexual violence. So as a volunteer, I learned a lot about gender, also about SGBV or sexual gender-based violence, and also about feminism. Okay, okay. So another one from social counseling, we also doing advocacy. So we usually we doing advocacy for high school in Indonesia, or we giving them a menstrual pads and with notes about how to use it around Bandung area, usually in the park. Also, the main value of Samahita is about feminism. So the main value that we believe in Samahita is about feminism against sexual violence. Okay, so what is a social counseling at Samahita? So we believe in Samahita that there are 3 types of counseling. The first one is social counseling. Social counseling is the thing that we do in Samahita. That is, we do risk management, and we also give advice and choice for the victim or how to become a survivor for themselves. Okay. The second one is psychology counseling. Psychology counseling. Usually, there is a psychology foundation that give a mental health treatment for free for the victims. And the third one is law counseling. It is usually the legal aid who give free consultation on how to achieve justice for the victims. Okay, the next one is how is the social counselor at Manita? The part 2. Okay, so the first point is the total number of cases submitted in Samahita in 2022 are around 5 to 10 cases per year. And the most submitted cases are online gender-based violence. Or as we know, mostly the cases is about revenge porn, or as we know as NCIS. Okay, so me as a counselor, we're people who volunteer work as Mahita and already take training class for sexual counselor. So we take a training class to put a victim perspective to our mind, to our body, that when we counseling the victims, we have a perspective of feminism and victim perspective. After that, we have to know about the procedure of counseling at Samahita. So, to have to receive an advice from Samahita's counselor, the first one is the victim has to make a contact with Samahita's hotline on their Instagram page. And the second one is Samahita received the chronology from the victim. And the third one is they're making an assessment. And the fourth is the do investigation on risk management and victims' needs, such as need to be acceptance, need for self-esteem, need for self-actualization, need for feeling safe, and need for justice. Okay, so for the example is the victim is coming to Samahita, and we are doing risk management and victims' needs. So mostly the victims, the sexual violence victims that come to Samahita, they have a really low self-esteem and a really low self-acceptance, and they keep blaming themselves for what happened to them. So usually, before we take them to the legal aid or the law counseling, we take them first to the psychology counseling so that they have more self-esteem and they cannot blame themselves, and also they have self-esteem to continue to the next level, that is law counseling. Okay, so the last is the counselor have to keep in touch with the victims until they become survivor, or in another word, until they can stand on their own foot. Okay, so in Samahita, we also believe that there is 3 main values in social counseling. The first one is feminism. Feminism is for that we can understand the discrimination and also the violence that the woman through in their life. And the second one is transformative justice. So the transformative justice is an approach to end the violence without reproducing it. And the third one is restorative justice. The concept of restorative justice is an approach that more focused on the condition for the present of justice and the balance for the perpetrators and for the victims. Okay, so the next one, the last one is prohibition in counseling work. So when we do social counseling at Samahita, we have a few prohibition in Samahita. So the first one is we cannot revealing the victim's secret or identity without the victim's consent. So in Samahita, consent is really important, that we cannot impose our opinion or wishes, or we cannot revealing their secret or identity to media without their consent. So everything that already the need of the victim, for example, if we doing an assessment and the victim is have a really low esteem, but the victim is not ready yet to take the psychology counseling, that we
Jihan,
cannot
I'm really
imposing
sorry
them.
to disturb you, but the 10 minutes are over. Please
Okay.
quickly
Okay.
just conclude.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and for the second one is not serious, underestimate the case. The third one is blaming the victim. The fourth is not respecting victims' right. Five, take problem as normal. And six, counselor is not allowed to provide support of personal finance. And seven is imposing opinions and wishes on victims. So maybe many of you guys have a question that why I chose volunteer as a Mahita. So first, I was joining with legal education at Pasundan University in my second year until I was graduated last year in 2022. So for me, social activism and community education bring more increased critical thinking, public speaking, and also I can implementing my local knowledge directly to the local community. But finally, the conclusion is it is to make the better opportunity to make the world better place for everyone. For me, clinical education is about the spirit to help people. So that's why I choose to serve to local community to Samahita, and I really thanks to clinical education, Pasundan University, that I have the passion to helping people and making this as my career next. Okay, so I think that's all from me for the presentation. If you guys have a question or suggestion, you can comment on the chat box below. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jihan, for the wonderful presentation. Again, a reminder for your questions, please write in the chat box. With this, let's move to the third presentation of the session. The third presentation is again from the wonderful place that is Pasundan University, Indonesia. The third presenter of the day is Mr. Rinaldi. Mr. Rinaldi is a 7th semester student at Pasundan University, Bandung. He has experience as a paralegal at LBH Serrera in 2020. Currently, he's an active in Legal Assistant and Consultation Bureau, that is BBKH, starting from 2021 until now as a volunteer. In addition, he also plays an active role in solving legal problems at the Legal Assistance and Consultation Bureau. Currently, he is working on issues in the field of human rights in the Bandung. Besides that, he also often gives legal counseling both in person and online. The problems he often handles are usually in the form of resolving inheritance dispute, divorce, to recent cases of sexual immorality. The role of legal assistance and consultation bureau is very much needed in the minds of people who are trying to seek justice. The assistance and consulting bureau is a law office that provides legal office assistance free of charge. With this, I invite Rinaldi to you, and he has already shared his screen. To over to you, Rinaldi.
Wait a second. There's something wrong with the.
No, your screen was shared. We were able to see your presentation.
Wait a second. Oh. Wait, yeah, miss. I'm sorry.
No problem. Share it again. No problem.
Okay, so namaste. My name is Renaldi Faturrahman. I'm a student from Pasundan University, Faculty of Law. So now I will explain about legal aid institution in campus. First of all, volunteers in legal aid institution are only about 10 to 20 to 15 people. This is because by the strict rule to select the best students. Not all students can become volunteers at legal aid institution because there are several requirements that must be met. Before I volunteered for the legal aid organization, I had go through several passes, including pass procedural law and pass the interview, which was interviewed by a senior lawyer. And next, why did I join volunteer in legal aid institution, Faculty of Law, Pasundan University? The reason I volunteer at legal aid institution at Faculty of Law, Pasundan University is that I want to study law and practice it in a society that's seeking for justice. Before I volunteered, I didn't understand how the law was enforced in society. But after I volunteered at Legal Aid Institute at Pasundan University Faculty of Law, I understood much about how to handle a case, talk to clients, and even attend trials accompanied by senior lawyers. And then there are at least 23 professional lawyers at Pasundan University Legal Aid Institute. They are all assisted by the student who acts as volunteer or paralegal. And the lawyers are not paid at all, work professionally, and accompany the client until the case is over. So everything is free, no charge at all. Next slide is based on Article 9 Act of Republic Indonesia number 16 of 2011 about legal assistance, which explains legal aid provide have the right to recruiting lawyers, paralegals, law faculty, and student. The meaning contained in this article provides clarity to Indonesian citizens that constitutionally they have equality before the law. As I said earlier, the lawyers and paralegal and volunteer will represent the client from the start of the investigation to the complete cases without any pay. This is based on provisions of the law force in Indonesia to ensure fair application of law. Lawyers have also an important role. One way is provide pro bono legal service. The obligation regulated in Article 22, Paragraph 1, Republic Indonesian Law Number 19, 2003, considering lawyers, which stipulates that a lawyer is obligated to provide legal assistance free of charge, no justice seekers who cannot afford it. To carry out the lawyer's obligation, the government issued PP number 83/2008, considering requirements and procedures providing legal aid. Based on these provisions, free legal assistance is legal service provided by lawyers without receiving any honorarium. Payment including providing legal consultation, exercising power of attorney, representing, accompanying, defending, and carrying out the legal actions for the benefit of justice seekers who cannot afford it. The law states that a lawyer prohibited for refusing requests for legal assistance like free of charge, and is prohibited for asking or give in any form for justice seeker. If the lawyer violates a provision, he may subject to sanction by a lawyer's organization. The sanctions can be from verbal warning, written warning, or temporary dismissal for 3 months or 12 months or even permanent for probation. The implementation of pro bono grants given the receipt of legal aid for effort the realized constitutional rights at the same time as the implementation of a rule of law that recognizes and protects the guarantees and rights of the citizen need access to justice and equality before the law. In a global perspective, pro bono has made a significant real contribution to fulfilling access to justice. In many countries, laws are competing to pro bono from integrity and as marketing publicity strategy. Law faculty students play an important role at resolving dispute cases in Washington University Legal Aid Institute, both civil and criminal dispute. From 2020, the Law School's Legal Aid Institute has handled 45% cases of sexual abuse, and the rest from integrity disputes, marriage, or other dispute. This is one of our client initial L commits fraud with a court verdict for 2 months. Previously, she had been in prison for 2 months because of the role of legal aid institution at Washington University Faculty of Law. L was successfully released from detention center became prisoner. This was due to humanitarian reason as L was 7 months pregnant and she has 4 minor children who were abandoned as the result of their parents being detained by different cases. And the last one, how do I feel after volunteering at the Legal Aid Institute, Washington University? First, I have become more knowledgeable about client advocacy and assistance. Second, I become more aware about procedure law in Indonesia. And the last, I was able to apply my understanding of law in society. Okay, maybe that's all from me. Thank you. Namaste, Miss Doctor.
Thank you so much, Renaldi, for first of all completing it on time, and secondly for your wonderful presentation where you have also shared your personal experiences and your cases. With this, I handed over mic to my co-moderator, Dr. Samuel. Over to you, Dr. Samuel.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat? You speak too fast. I'm sorry.
Renaldi, what do you want to say?
Oh, no. I think you talked to me. No.
Thank you for your presentation. The question and answers we'll be taking at the end of the session.
All right.
Yeah. Over to you, Dr. Samuel, please. Please unmute your mic, Dr. Samuel. Dr. Samuel, you are on mute. Unmute your mic. First unmute yourself. No, you are on mute.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nautica. I want to commend and sincerely thank the previous speakers, presenters for those well-researched and equally practical experiences that they have shared from their respective jurisdiction. And it's quite enlightening and revealing that a lot of work is actually going on in respect of the clinical legal education or experiential learning in different parts of the world. It's quite encouraging. Without wasting our time, I want to quickly invite the fourth speaker, Sohrab Mabadi. Sohrab Mabadi, it's an immigration expert or specialist from Iran and Costa Rica. The experience involved the fact that he is more enthusiastic and is motivated and enthusiastic postgraduate of international law and women's and gender studies with more than 10 years. He has more than 10 years of experience as a legal assistant, immigration office representative, and consultant. He has equally served as English teacher for adults and children. He's an academic and workshop facilitator. Without wasting time, I want to welcome the next presenter, Sohrab. Let's welcome him, please.
Hello, good day, everybody. Here in Costa Rica, it's 1:20 a.m. So I'm really glad to be here, and it's very, very pleasant that I'm hearing new faces and other faces. Big hug from Costa Rica. So my presentation is about it will be a very short presentation, and I have not the PowerPoint. I prefer to be in contact directly. So if the question is what is the approach and which approach we choose for legal clinic to comply with the goal and objective of access to justice, I would say the legal clinics must not be passive. They must be active one. So how a legal clinic can be active in access to justice area? I must say justice must be participatory. I believe in participatory justice, and legal clinics can play an essential role in making happen a participatory justice. For example, legal clinics can form part of source of law and can be engaged and involved in making and forming source of law in legislation, jurisprudence, and doctrine. Legal clinics always are working as a bridge between the people, the public, and expert or students as law students as a future expert. So these students would be taking part in the positions in the future in any aspect of related to law, like legislation, judge, attorneys, and professors, whatever. So I think legal clinics must have some advisory opinion. Maybe somewhere in the world we can have some legal clinics specialized in advisory opinions, participate in legislation sessions in the parliament and assemblies, and have their advisory opinion based on the codification law or new regulation of their interest, based on their subject and topic and the specialization of any legal clinics. Also, I think legal clinics can have some kind of general comments that the committees of truth-based bodies of a United Nations system has. So they can have some general comments, some point of view of them clinically on laws and sessions of the courts and tribunals. They can be assisted in sessions that is possible to be assisted by public, and at the end they can have their general comments. So another part that legal
Recording in progress.
clinics can go through participatory justice is a doctrine. Legal clinics, I think, can have an essential role and very effective role in making doctrine and impact on doctrine, because we know doctrine come from universities, from the scholars, and so legal clinics is very powerful in this area, or can be very powerful in this area, and make a new interpretation, new way of interpretation that is based on new needs. All of us, we know around the world there are a lot of laws that are behind the necessity and needs of new generation, new mechanism, new technology, new way of living. And they need to be modified, they need to be eliminated and replaced by new law, new objectives. So legal clinics are very, very useful and powerful instruments in this way. For me, legal clinics means participation, even if we consider or we don't consider street law, that also is very important, but still a legal clinic without street law is a means of participation, and they can make happen participation, real participation from down to up, not a justice from up to down. So obviously coercion is some part of justice in some areas, but participatory justice means people being engaged in the formation of justice. So these can be some essential elements, some core content of legal clinics, to be involved in forming the concept of justice, to protecting the justice, and how they try to improve the justice and bring it from the society, and completing this circle of justice from down to up and up to down. That's my presentation. Thank you very much. Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Samuel, you are on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I've just thanked Sokrab Mabadi for that short and concise presentation about the development from Costa Rica and from its experience. Our next speaker will be Tosca Golami, who is a senior procurement officer with German Proficiency Info System. He has experience from Poland, Iran, and other parts of the world. I want us to welcome him as he makes his presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Warm greetings from cold Poland here. I try to
Tosca, we could not hear you. Sorry.
Share my screen now. Hello? Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
we can hear.
You are audible now.
Okay, great. So today I'm honored to be here with a short presentation. The Sustainable Development Goals were Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. These SDGs encompass 17 goals and 169 targets. Today it's in a direct relationship with justice education that we're speaking about, like all the presenters and all the work that we're doing in promoting peaceful and inclusive
Tosca, we could
society
not
for
hear you
sustainable
properly.
Toshka, can you please switch off your video? Maybe then you will be audible.
Yes. Okay, I will try to switch.
maybe the connectivity will be better.
Sorry. Okay, I hope that this helps with the quality of audio. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better now.
Yes,
Little better.
we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Goal 16 refers to promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development and providing access to justice for all, building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. This goal is considered as the most aspirational SDG because it is connected to all other goals. Goal 16 is wide in that it encompasses challenges encountered in other goals. It requires having a robust system of justice delivery for all, and it deals with security, human trafficking, public participation, child abuse, and combating violence. And this SDG has 12 targets, but today I will specifically focus on target 3 of goal 16, which highlights equal access to justice for all in the context of education. So why education is crucial to achieving SDG 16? Well, in my opinion, an educated society ensures that its citizens are consulted and that its government takes decisions with the interest of children and adults at heart. Like, for example, children and young people must be consulted before a legal law affecting their lives is signed. The likelihood of public free access to information being ensured and of their fundamental freedoms being protected is higher in an educated society. And by education, I mean education in different stages of life. In Farsi, we have this expression that we say seek knowledge from cradle to grave. So this education must be provided in different stages of life, like early childhood care and education, also primary education at the secondary level, and also higher in the higher education system. So higher education institutions, as we are mostly focused on, can substantially contribute to ensure access to justice by endorsing relevant content in teaching and research. So teaching remains the direct modus of sensitizing students and building a generation of youth promise to ensure access to justice for all, which is not only achieved through higher education, like the traditional higher education system, but with the legal clinics, with the legal clinic education, which brings more more modern and new models of education. This could be achieved. This could be achieved better. So research allows universities and this legal education, this higher education institutions to depict the existing scenario in the implementation of targets of this SDG and suggest possible strategies to be followed. So here I would just want to mention that the role of universities and also in building partnership with external agencies such as judicial organs, human rights commissions, local governments, and NGOs. And legal clinics can help be the connection between the universities and these external agencies. So that legal aid can be best provided to marginalized group, as all of our colleagues today in their presentations have mentioned that they're doing this in the best way possible. Legal aid mechanisms will substantially contribute to shrink the gap in achieving the target and ensuring access to justice for all. So in this regard, the role, the other SDGs also have play a role. The role of SDG 4 is important as it calls for inclusive and equitable quality education, as well as SDG 5 and 10, which both emphasize on abolishing inequalities and providing equal access for everyone to education. And it goes without saying that the first step to reach justice education, and more importantly, access to justice education is reducing poverty. So I guess these 4 SDGs are not directly connected with justice education, but we need to reach the targets of these goals to have the opportunity to bring justice education accessible to all. And lastly, I just want to mention SDG 17, which emphasizes on partnerships for the all previous 16 goals, which is why we are all here to exchange our opinions and experiences with each other and the results of our researches. To help reach these goals through higher education system, and more importantly, legal clinics and legal education. I thank you very much for your attendance and for your patience with the quality of my audio, and I will be here if you have any comments or questions or anything to share. Please share in the chat, and we will talk at the end of the session. Thank you very much, everyone, for your efforts for gathering us here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tosca Golani. We appreciate that presentation, and particularly the take on access to education and the importance of this in assessing justice. I will go straight by inviting the next speaker, Dr. Saslina Kamaruddin. She is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Management and Economics, University Pendidikan, Sultan Idris. She obtained her Bachelor of Law and Commerce with honors from Management and Science University, her Master of Law and a PhD in Law from the University of Technology, Mara. Currently, she teaches legal research, projects, employment law, business law, securities law, business law, and company law for undergraduate students. Her area of interest is the artificial intelligence laws, AML, CFT laws, and prevention countering of extremism-related laws. She frequently publishes in local and international journals on anti-money laundering laws and other areas of law too. She has delivered many keynote sessions at many international and local conferences organized by the university and many associations within her area of expertise. Gentlemen and ladies, let us welcome Dr. Saslina Kawaruddin as she makes her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the very warm introduction. Right. All right. Hi. First of all, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon here. It's about 2:30 p.m. here in Malaysia. Right. So today, in regards to our topic today, which is talking about how to enhance the justice education, right? And how could actually policy and advocacy initiative can enhance the justice education in Malaysia. So I'll be talking about what are the things that we have currently in Malaysia, same to all other law schools. Of course, we do have pro bono legal aid clinics and many other things similar to other universities or other law schools, right? So with regards to the Malaysian context, like I said, with regards to the Malaysian context, in order for us to actually enhance justice education, we have seen the previous presenters has presented on SDG 16 and so on, right? The first key in order for us to actually enhance justice education with regards to the legal aspect, first, of course, we need to look at the empowerment and awareness, right? So we have to encourage people to understand their rights, empower them to take actions towards securing those rights. Of course, network building capacity is very, very important. We have to connect with the other advocacy organization and individuals to build a strong network to increase the impact of advocacy efforts. The third one, collaborations. Collaboration is very, very important. In the university itself, we have our own legal aid clinics and pro bono clinics, but then that has to be tailored with state bar councils or even at the local levels or any other NGOs relevant. And of course, collaborations with other government agencies and NGOs and other stakeholders to actually develop and implement policies that address the social justice issues. Like in Malaysia, we have SUHAKAM, which is the Human Rights Commission. We do have Women Aid Organization and many other NGOs that are closely working with the universities to actually provide the legal services, right? And of course, in terms of for us to actually enhance the justice education, media engagement is very, very important. Nowadays, I believe in the era of social media, and the media engagement is very, very important. We have to engage with the media outlets to raise awareness about the justice issues and to promote advocacy initiatives that are also being done through the web page or the group page of certain universities or certain law association helped by the universities. And of course, we need to have actually international mobilization to encourage people to participate in the advocacy initiative and engage them in the activism to bring about the social change, which we are doing now currently. And of course, continuous monitoring and evaluation is very, very important, right? With regards to the another ways of looking to enhance social justice education or justice education in Malaysia is of course improving education systems in Malaysia. With regards to that, I would like to brief about the initiative introduced by the Malaysian government in 2019 called SULAM. SULAM stands for, basically SULAM is actually an initiative stand for Service Learning Malaysia University for Society, which talks about SULAM is actually Service Learning Malaysian University for Society, or the short term of it is actually SULAM. It is actually a course-based syllabus, credit-bearing, educational experience, which the students will actually participate in a structured service activity that meets and identify the community needs. These SULAM activities and community service differ slightly, even though the component of community service are part of the SULAM activities, but with regards to the law students, it has been tailored in a different way to actually promote legal awareness to the publics. They are engaging with the publics to provide on certain issues like abortions, environmental crime. Now we have climate change everywhere, right? So those are among the issues that we have initiative introduced by the government in Ministry of Education in 2019 called Service Learning Malaysia University Article Societies, right? So what are the effects? What are the objectives of this particular SULAM in relation to enhance justice education, of course, it relates the theories with the real world practices, which I believe most of the law students or law practicing are actually engaged with. To improve students' personality, civic skills, and citizenship, improve the community well through the contribution of ideas, knowledge, skills, and competencies by the students, establishing symbiotic relationship, collaboration between students, lecturers, and the community. So by having this as a core subject in the universities in which the students have to take, I believe it has gone beyond the community service, which we engage in a very occasion manners, right? So it has gone beyond the legal aid pro bono services by the universities, right? So now are part of the activities in which it has actually embedded within the university syllabus, right? And part among the examples of organizations who are very, very active in improving justice education in Malaysia, of course, we do have the Malaysian Bar Council's Advocacy and Law Reform Committee, which they are established to actually promote and advocate legal and policy reforms in Malaysia. They work with various government agencies, civil society, and also universities to enhance the justice education. And we do have, like I mentioned earlier, Suhakam in Malaysia, and also the university. The universities are working closely with most of the industry's players to actually provide the reform and enhancing justice education in Malaysia, right? So when we talk about the initiative by law schools, like I said, we do have legal clinics and pro bono works, and then mock trials and moot court competition are part of the trainings given in enhancing justice education in Malaysia. Of course, we have public interest law and policy research law schools, and also specific research interest group established at the universities level to actually enhance the contribution to knowledge and also contributions towards these legal aspects, and of course internship program as well as community outreach program, which is also part of the SULAM activities, right? So with that, I think that's some key points for me with regards to the Malaysian perspective on reforming the justice education and enhancing justice education. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, very concise again and deep. Thank you very much, Dr. Salina Kamaruddin, for those presentations.
Correction, I am from Sultan Idris Education University, not from University Malaya.
I didn't get you. What did you say?
My affiliation is not from University Malaya. I am from the University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, or they call it Sultan Idris Education University.
Okay. That's great. That's taken. There's no doubt that you are a major player in the field of clinical legal education. And at the end of this, I'm sure I'm going to try to link up with you. Very wonderful presentation. I'm particularly concerned about your presentation on collaboration. That's a major contribution, which I want everybody to take home. And there's an area we're exploring in Nigeria here too. I think these are areas we need to look into, maybe subsequently, maybe at the next conclave. Let me congratulate all the presenters, and particularly the organizers of the program, because I'm going to be handing over to my colleague, Dr. Nautika Singh. She's going to coordinate the question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel. And now it's a quick round for question and answer because we have already exceeded the time. So presenters, whosoever has any question, you can unmute yourself and you can straight away ask or can write in chat box. So let's have next 3 minutes for question answers or discussion. So
if I can ask questions, if nobody is asking.
Even I want to ask if the facilitator Prasad sir and Anisha madam has given us this liberty So if we can be...
Yes, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, Professor Samuel first.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Prof. The issue that I actually want to raise is that anytime I attend meetings on clinical legal education, because in Nigeria, we have done quite a lot of work here. We got our inspiration from South Africa since 2005, and we have a robust clinical legal education program in Nigeria, but the challenge has always been the issue of assessment. When this is integrated into the curriculum, how do we assess our students effectively, considering the fact that a lot of time is put into most of those activities? Community outreaches, some of these things you cannot be able to quantify them in terms of the time that students are going to spend. So students spend extra time. My question is, any of the speakers, particularly those that are involved in teaching in the university and in running the clinical education program, should let us know, how do you assess your students? I know it's a wide, it's quite complex, but I just want a brief talk about assessment of students in all of this. Maybe Dr. Salina can take that question. I hope you see there.
Dr. Selina, are you here with us?
Oh, yes.
Yes, please.
Come again, Prof. How do we assess the students? Prof, again, with regards to your questions, Prof.
Yeah, he's asking. I can't hear. He's asking, how do you assess? How do you assess a clinical program, the students' work?
All right. With regards to that, usually when it comes to legal students or law students, we do have a rubrics in terms of the technicalities of the knowledge, right? Usually, and then, of course, the communication-wise, the body language, but most of all, the technicalities of the knowledge matters for us. So those are the rubrics. We do have the rubrics to actually assess the students. I hope that answers your questions, Prof.
Yes, Selina.
We did emphasize on the technicalities of the law and the soundness of the judgment of the students itself. So those are among the things matters to us actually, apart from the body language and so on.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I want to request Lenny for her experience. Lenny, over to you.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. So I refer to Professor Samuel's questions, if I may share our experience. By the way, we have had a cross-border clinic with University of Malaya, Dr. Saslina. So I work with Aisha and Asnida and Dr. Nurbani. And CLE in our school has become the mandatory subject for 2 credits since 2015. And we have like 300 and more students join with state law program. And then the way we assess our student is from the beginning until the middle test, we gave them a lot of information about what is legal aid, who is the poor and marginalized, how to develop the teaching methods, how to develop the lesson plan and everything. So after the middle test, they jump into the community. They have to teach community at least 3 times in 1 semester. And then they will go back to us with the report. They have to make a reflective journal. So basically, reflective journal contains of do they do any better? How do they feel? Because the most important thing for the CLE program is how to develop their empathy. Do they have a pro bono spirit or not? And then, and also we grading about the communication skill, teamwork, leadership, and also basic soft skill. So that's why we need opportunity for our students to dive in with the community. They can choose any community they want as long as poor and marginalized. That's how we do in Pasundan University, sir.
Thank you so much, Lenny. And with this, I hope there are no questions. I just want to have an observation. The topics are so wonderful. The presentations are so great. We have learned from each other. I've learned from Lenny and her students so much. We are having major takeaways from Madam Ceslina and the first presenter, Dr. Ottobo. So thank you so much, everyone. Now I am handing the mic to my facilitators. Over to you both, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nautika, and also Professor Samuel for gracefully conducting the whole process, and particularly we did not exceed more time, maybe about 10 minutes. That is a great uh, thing that usually the teachers will like to speak long, but there are many takeaways, and I don't want to repeat because I don't want to be standing between you and the lunch. Anisha, anything to add?
So the sessions were very nice, sir. We have learned a lot. All the presentations from Indonesia, Pasundan University, and Malaya. We had a great experience with all presentations, and we have learned a lot, sir. So I think the session 2, which is talking about enhancing justice education. So how we can enhance justice education, and how we can reach to the goal of justice education. I think everyone has shared their experiences to great extent.
So let me take the opportunity to thank both the moderators, Nautika and Samuel, and also Anisha for hosting this session, and all the presenters and the people who are carefully listening and taking the notes. Thank you very much. Ujjwala, any further instructions to the participants?
Yeah, thank you all. We have finished with the second session and now we have lunch time for 1 hour. So we resume after 1 hour.
Thank you so much, both the facilitator. Thank you so much, Ujjwala ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, Zureda. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ujwala. Am I
Yeah.
addressing correctly?
How are you?
I'm in Malaysia. Hang on.
Yeah,
Hi.
good to see you. Good to see you.
I was earlier, I joined the opening session for a short while.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think you are the presenter now, no? I believe.
Yes, yes. I'm
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last presenter for
We
this.
still have time. I think we'll be joining at 2:15.
Okay.
IST. We
Yeah.
still have time.
Okay.
So, how are you doing?
I'm all right. Good. What about you?
Yeah, busy with many things at the same time.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Lectures and this and that.
How was the conclave this morning? I mean, earlier, the other sessions?
Yeah, it was good. But I feel that there has to be more interaction between the participants and the speakers. Otherwise, the presentations are really good.
Okay. I think it's a bit difficult because of the online way that we are conducting.
It
That one
shouldn't
of
be.
it?
Actually, they can just raise their hands and I can see their hand up here and I can ask them to ask questions. But I don't know. Participants.
Maybe they're shy. Who are the
Maybe.
participants mainly?
They are PhD researchers, then they are faculty, and they are students there who are there.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So we have participants from India, from Bangladesh. So we have also from Indonesia, Malaysia, and also from Pakistan. We had one speaker.
Marvelous. Sounds
Yeah.
great. Yes. Okay. So I think I'll just wait for a while.
Yeah, sure, sure.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Hello, Advocate Prajwal. Hello. Hello, Advocate Prajwal. Can you hear me? You're not audible.
Hi, can you hear me now? And can you see
Yeah,
me?
yeah, little bit. Yeah. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, fine. Thank you for joining.
Of course, definitely. Looking forward to the session.
Yeah, and Prajwal, I think you will be also there in session 4,
Yes.
moderating the sessions,
Yeah.
but not everybody will be presenting in that.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just a 15-minute session, right? So we'll just
just
brainstorm.
5 minutes we have to give reflection. So
Yeah.
Dr. Anisa Sheikh will be there. I will be there, and Leni Vidhi, I'll ask to join, and maybe Professor Devinder would like to give his reflections.
Okay,
So we'll
sure.
start with Professor Devinder, and
Okay.
then Dr. Anisa Sheikh, Leni Vidhi, and then myself.
Sure. Could you text it to me so that I
Sure,
can
sure.
remember?
Yeah, yeah. I'll text it
Thanks.
to you.
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Masum, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Tisney, hi Tisney, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, ma'am. How are you?
Good, good, all well.
Dr. Ujwala, what time should we start?
Yeah, just 2 minutes. We are just admitting people.
All right.
Hi, Prajwal. How are you?
Good, great. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
It's great to see you.
Once again, nice to see you. Astha as well. Dr.
Hello.
Astha, how are you? Hello.
Good to see you.
Same here. Thank you. Good to see you as well.
Thank you.
A lot of
So
the things
you
that
are from you are joining from Kathmandu.
Yes.
And we'll be speaking about a lot of our reflecting basically on our session in Bangladesh.
About negotiation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, negotiation is important.
Yes.
Hello, Asta. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? It's
Good,
nice to
good.
meet you virtually.
Yeah.
Thank you. I should just be with you.
In 2 minutes? Hello, we'll start in 2 minutes. Hello, Ajay? Professor Ajay, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ajay.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
Lenny with you and you can start.
Yes, just give me a second.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leni Widimulyani. I'm from Indonesia, Faculty of Law, Pasundan University. Welcome to the session 3. It's been a lovely day. And then we have already get such a wonderful insight about the presentation from the previous presenters. So for this session, the ones who will be the facilitators will be myself and Professor Ajay. Hello, Professor Ajay. And this session will be moderated by Professor Masumbila. Hello, sir. And
Hello.
then Ms. Tisni Santika. Hello, ma'am. Okay, so there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 speakers, and there's two speaker, one speaker, and 3 speakers in one group, and hopefully that we will get a wonderful sessions together. So allow me to read the informations about our moderators. So the first one is Professor Billah Masum. I hope I say it correctly, sir.
Perfect.
So he is interested. His interest area is including the law of the sea, human rights, law and language, law and poverty, legal history, and constitutionalism in South Asia. And then he holds a PhD from Faculty of Law, Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. And then Dr. Billah's thesis examined the political nuance of land law and its relationship in perpetuating the poverty of the Bengal peasant. And he is the honorary director of COP Human Rights Summer School, HRSS in Dhaka. In this role, he acts in close association with Professor Mizanur Rahman in championing the idea of rebellious lawyer. Wow, rebellious lawyer. The art of advocacy and human rights teaching. So Dr. Billah is currently a postdoc visiting fellow at Ankara University Center for Sea and Maritime Law. Okay, welcome, sir. And then the second one is, I'm proudly to say that Ms. Tisni Santika is my colleague, and she used to be my student, a very bright student. So now she's my colleague. So Ms. Tisni Santika is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Pasundan University. So she awarded a fully funded scholarship for bachelor degree from our faculty, and she earned the bachelor and master degree with cum laude predicate. So her area of interest covers intellectual property, company law, and contract law. Her research articles have been published in several Scopus Index journals and nationally accredited journals. She also authored several books about intellectual property, company law, and contract law, and currently serves as the editor-in-chief in Dasolin Journal of Contemporary Research and Society. So without further ado, I will let the moderator to conduct this session. And if you don't mind, we have a special request from Dr. Shahrin Sarjana Naomi, if I'm not mistaken. So if that's okay, she will go first because she needs to do something after that. Okay, so Professor Billah and Ms. Tisni, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Tisni, with your permission, should I speak first?
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction for this session to Prof. Ajay and also Ibu Leni. Ibu Leni is my teacher, and until now still my teacher. I learned a lot from Ibu Leni, especially her spirits in justice education. She's very energetic and very passionate in legal education. So allow me to start the session, the presentation session of the session with the introduction of our first presenter, Dr. Shahrin Shahjahan Naomi. Allow me to read the brief resume. Dr. Shahrin Shahjahan Naomi is an assistant professor at Asian University. Her research interests include gender studies, disabilities, religious studies, non-Western voice and epistemology, human rights, and Rohingya women rights. In 2019, she received a Cornell Climate Online Fellowship and the HS Fellowship. She was also awarded with the Australian Leadership Award in 2010. She has previously worked for BRAC's Research and Evaluation Division, Empowerment of Law Through Common People, Manu Sarjono Foundation, and OSIS Kendra and Curtin University Center of Human Rights Education. Dr. Naomi, if you're ready, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for accepting my request. I'm really grateful to you. So I'm sorry that I cannot be with you for rest of the time. So I will just speak and then I have to leave, and again apology. So my area of interest and what I really want to talk is about inclusion of ethics of care in legal education. Ethics of care is a feminist ethics and it has little to do with legal education, although legal education and pro bono lawyering all have ethics of care in implicit way. Ethics of care originated from a feminist psychology, Carol Gilligan's book, Different Voice, and the origin is quite problematic and questionable from the feminist paradigm itself. And so, why it is problematic? So Carol Gilligan, in a book, Different Voice, she talked about the difference between a women's ways of reasoning and man's way of reasoning. So man's way of reasoning is quite similar to the ethics of justice, which is dominant in legal education. And women's way of reasoning is ethics of care, which is always considered to be a topic for the private realm and something that is related to feminine traits. Now, when it comes to the question of feminine and masculine, feminism itself has a lot of question towards these ethics, like whether we should promote these feminine traits and whether by promoting these feminine traits, we will stereotype women again, against which the whole feminist liberation movement started. So in this contested space, Carol Gilligan talked about that these traits could be gender neutral. So although women are taking moral decision on the basis of love, care, interconnection, nurturance, these traits could be gender neutral and both men and women could actually use it in terms of moral decision making. Now, when it comes to legal ethics and its role in formulating any legal problem or proposing any solution, it is always dominated by the justice ethics, which is, according to Carol Gilligan, quite similar to masculine way of moral reasoning that includes a presumption about agency, independence, rationality, autonomous agency, which are always considered to be very the question is that how ethics of care could be included in legal education. The answer is ethics of care has always been there in legal education, or the way some legal principles have been formulated. For example, humanitarian intervention, pro bono lawyering, or lawyers' attitude towards clients. So it has always been there without categorizing it as a feminine ethics or ethics of care. So Health and Katie have argued that principle of justice can be grounded in care. Health has said that while care can exist without justice, as it may do within unjust family relationship, justice cannot exist without care. In order for an inkling of justice to take shape in our minds, we must first express concern for the condition of another, and this is an expression of care. So care is deeply fundamental for its an ethical proto-value, motivating any further moral sentiments. So the contention is that even in a family, there is no ethics of justice. Ethics of care is always there, without which human being cannot flourish. Legal education in our law colleges, they don't actually study ethics of care separately. It is considered to be something as a feminist topic or a topic for gender studies. We know that in a first year or second year, what we study, it is prone to ethics of justice. As a result, we get an assumption that in order to be a good lawyer, we don't need to be emotional. We don't need to have nurturance. We don't need to have the qualities that can be categorized as a motherhood quality. So motherhood has been stigmatized in the legal practice or legal education, thinking that it is an inferior quality. However, if this ideology can be considered to be gender neutral and intervention, kind of examination of the witness, we could see that how much ethics of care has to offer to make legal environment more gender sensitive. For example, if it comes to humanitarian intervention, if it is based on the concept of ethics of justice, we could tell that the humanitarian intervention is only reduced to some kind of war for the sake of justice. But if we think about ethics of care, where connection, empathy, and nurturance have been emphasized, in the process of humanitarian intervention becomes or demands more attention, that how the humanitarian intervention has been given from one country to another country. Again, when it comes to a question of domestic violence, we have always seen that how husband and wife has been always placed in an oppositional relationship where one party has been depicted as a villain and another party has been depicted as a victim. And that's how the whole process go on. But if ethics of care has been promoted as something that instead of focusing on an abstract principle, we could focus on the interconnection and try to find a peaceful solution without this victim narrative, or having a kind of plot where there is someone is a villain and another is a victim, we could actually envision more possibilities rather than a conclusive way of solving the problem. So my contention is that the feminist ethics of care, which is a paradigm of feminism and gender studies, should be included in the legal education for making justice education more holistic and with the ulterior objective, and that is promoting peace and harmony. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sahrin Tazanomi, for your very insightful presentation. And I think we're going to move to our next presenters.
Tisni,
Yeah,
will Dr. Shireen leave us now? If so, we can ask the audience whether they have any question to Dr. Naomi.
Okay.
I assume that Dr. Naomi will be leaving soon. So I request the audience, if you have any pertinent question regarding her presentation, ethics of care, we can discuss for a while and then we can move to the next presenter.
Is there any question for Dr. Naomi?
Prof. Bilal, can the speaker ask a question?
Okay, Jureda, please.
Good afternoon, Prof. Sherry Naomi. I listened with interest on your presentation. What I would like to understand is, how do you propose that we include ethics of care in a legal education? This area is actually very new to me. I'll be interested to know if you can give me some examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think first, that is my personal suggestion, and I'm sure there can be more suggestion that you could include it as a separate topic of ethics, that when they study legal ethics, they also study ethics of care with ethics of justice or virtue ethics as a core course. So like in the first year, they could study some core courses, and under which they could study ethics of care with other ethical theories. Secondly, they could do some exercise that how ethics of care could help them to reframe a particular legal problem, or come up with a new analysis to understand some legal problem, such as humanitarian intervention, preemptive intervention, cross-examination or examination of the witness, or lawyer's personal relationship with the client. That how the principles of ethics of care, where nurturance, compassion, connections are more emphasized than principles of rationality and independence, that could be integrated in day-to-day behavior to a broader legal principle in macro level.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Up to you, Tisni. You can proceed with our next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Bilal. Allow me to invite our next presenter, Advocate Prajual Rajiwali, and also Ms. Asta Dahal. Sir, are you here? Okay, allow me to share the brief from your extensive and wonderful resume. Advocate Prajwal Raj Giawali is a full-time faculty member at Kathmandu University School of Law and a visiting faculty at Nalsar University of Law. He teaches contract law, banking law, insurance law, and legal reasoning. Advocate Giawali graduated from Nalsar University of Law and completed the European Masters in Law and Economics. With respect to the work experience, he also initially worked as a corporate legal manager in India's largest private sector bank, and subsequently went on to work as senior legal officer at the Ministry of Finance in Uganda as an Oxford Policy Fellow, where he negotiated various bilateral and multilateral loans, grants being taken by the Uganda government, and advised the government on various policy matters. Advocate Prajwal has always been passionate about legal education. He was the founding team leader of increasing diversity by increasing access, Hyderabad team. He is passionate about human rights and was a resource person at the 21st Human Rights Summer School in Bangladesh. Apart from legal education, he is also interested in geriatrics and had recently assisted his grandmother in publishing her memoir entitled Nalini, Recollecting 9 Decades, where she reflects on how women education has changed in Nepal during her lifetime. And then the co-presenter is Ms. Asta Dahal, is a member of the field research team in Nepal. Working in the capacity of researcher, she has conducted extensive interviews with the members of the security forces, government, civil society, doctors, victims, judges, and lawyers to build an understanding of the root cause of improper use of force. Asta also has carried out many hours of observation in police station in several districts of Nepal. She is currently working with the human rights protection facilitators of the Nepal Police and Armed Police Force to design and implement their projects. Asta's previous experience is in the areas of transitional justice and criminal prosecution, and particularly she has carried out the studies on sexual violence inflicting during the armed conflict, rise of prisoners and detainees inside Nepali prison and detention centers, and work on draft policy and legislation with the government offices and national and international NGOs. She has an LLB from Tribhuvan University Nepal and a BA in Human Rights Law and from Carleton University of Canada. Thank you. Advocate Prajwal and Ms. Asta, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible, and whether you can you just give me a thumbs up if you can see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. So
Yes.
we'll begin. We won't, we're trying to limit this within 10 minutes, if that's okay. Again, thumbs up, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what we're going to share today is, rather than a theoretical perspective, kind of an experimental education session that both Dr. Asta and I executed in 2 jurisdictions, one in Bangladesh during the Human Rights Summer School, and second, the same exercise executed in our law school in Kathmandu University. And we're trying to understand, we talk about justice education, but will justice education's, the skill sets that we are trying to impart, does it have a same outcome when the fact situation are the same? And our research shows that it is kind of different. So we'll talk about this briefly, and we'll share with you all what we did. So we're talking about the skill set of negotiations that we think law students should be, imparted with. We focus a lot on justice education on legal aid, which we heard in the previous session. We talk about moot court competitions, we talk about debates and everything, but negotiation is also a very important skill set that we should be teaching the next generation of lawyers as well, right? So we had conducted a negotiation simulation in Bangladesh and in Nepal, and we'll talk about how this went about as well. So to start on, what the problem set that we had executed was, basically it was a fictional problem where, a country named Meraki has just appointed a new prime minister, and she wants to execute an industrial park in a particular district where a lot of forest dwellers are. Now, the government doesn't have money, so obviously they will, reach out to international development banks to get the financing. And the international development banks are willing to give this financing, however, on particular conditions, right? So the condition that we had set out was that the International Development Bank and the Republic of Tipco was a relatively conservative government in that sense. And International Development Partner, the bank, basically wanted to extend the loan at a 10% interest if the government was willing to, approve a policy on same-sex marriage, right? If the government was not willing to do that, then rather than 10%, the interest rate would be hiked at 15%. So just this negotiation between parties is what we would try to see, and how the students would react and what kind of value sets, would actually impact the negotiation as well. So what we had done was the students were divided into 4 groups, actually. So there was the government representatives, the development bank, we had human rights NGOs, and community members as well. So in this fictional situation, all 4 of them came into the negotiation table and discussed the terms and conditions of the loan, right? The fun twist to this was every group was given a separate problem set regarding their group. For example, the government had a negotiator whose daughter came from an LGBT community. The IDP, the development bank, really wanted the same-sex policy passed because additional investment from their investors were being promised if this was passed. And human rights and NGOs, the grant, they got some additional benefits from certain NGOs if, they were able to get the negotiations, the project relocated or anything like this. So they had to really negotiate these terms and conditions, right? What was the aim of the study? The aim was first to introduce real life skill sets of negotiations to our students, right? And in the previous session, we heard about, justice education is making sure that, our students get a real life experience as well. And then we talk about legal clinics, which is, giving legal aid to the marginalized communities. But also, all of our students will not be so altruistic in some way. Some of them would probably want to go serve the government or work in an ING or something like that. So we also need to prepare them for that kind of profession that they want to take, and negotiations becomes an important skill set. Just that is what was from the students' perspective. From a more research-oriented perspective, what Dr. Asta and I wanted to also understand was we executed the same problem set in Bangladesh and we executed the same problem set in Nepal, right? And the values and the cultures are very different in 2 of our countries. So would those values also come into play is what we try to understand, the link between, financial incentives and compromises in values, cross-cultural values in negotiations, and just reflections on negotiations in justice education. So I'll hand over to Dr. Asta Dal, who will share briefly on, what our research found.
Thank you, Prajwal, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll just quickly go over what we found in 2 different countries. So the idea of the negotiation was the outcome that we were looking at is that the bank was offering a loan at a 10% interest rate if the country was willing to accept the condition that they legalize same-sex marriage. And if they would not adhere to the terms and conditions of the bank, then the loan would be given at a higher interest rate. In terms of outcome, there were contrasting outcomes. We found that in Bangladesh, they were not willing to accept the clause of same-sex marriage on the grounds that this would bring huge turmoil to their communities, and that it would take time to bring in such a drastic piece of legislation that would need to grapple with the existing value system. And so they rejected the loan on the terms of 10% interest. Whereas in Nepal, can we go to the slide on Nepal? Yeah. Whereas in Nepal, they accepted the loan on the 10% interest rate with the condition that same-sex marriage would be legalized. So in terms of the outcomes, that was a differing outcome. And if we can progress to the next slide, I'll explain some of the processes that we saw. So, even though the outcomes reached were slightly different, there were certain parts of the negotiation procedure between the 2 countries that looked similar. So the first thing that we noticed was the idea that the bank had put a condition for same-sex marriage was introduced quite late into the negotiations in both Bangladesh and in Nepal. For us, particularly on the Nepali side, we were a bit shocked by it, surprised by it, not shocked, but surprised by it, because we were expecting that within Nepal, where we have a framework of allowing LGBTQ rights since 2008, and they are coming from that kind of value system, that they would get straight to the point and start negotiating on that point. But we found that, in fact, the same-sex marriage clause was introduced in negotiations in Bangladesh within the first 12 minutes, whereas in Nepal, it was only introduced after 22 minutes. So that was quite interesting. The other similarity that we saw was the lobbying that went on. So they had a negotiation setting with the chief negotiators representing each group inside the room, but then we gave them a break to reach final decisions. And we saw the groups starting to lobby each other. That was actually quite fun to sort of see a microcosm of what happens in the real world, of the lobbying efforts. And what was interesting was that in Bangladesh, the lobbying was heavily between the government and the bank. The government and the bank were actually striking an underground deal to negotiate interest rates. Whereas in Nepal, it was interestingly, the heavy lobbying was between the community and the NGO. So the NGO representative took the community member aside and struck a deal where they said that if the community accepted to support LGBTQ, same-sex marriage rights, then the NGO would support their issue with saving the environment. So they struck a deal in that respect. So that was a marked difference. And the other point that we found as a contrast that was interesting between the two countries was that in Bangladesh, and as soon as the same-sex marriage clause was introduced into negotiations, that became the focus. It became a sensitive navigation of the issue. In the context, the hesitation to go outright and ask for same-sex marriage, even by groups representing human rights defenders, and them also being sort of attuned to the context, which, even though it was an imaginary case, we understand that students bring their value systems into an imaginary scenario as well, and even their role playing. So we saw that in Bangladesh, the negotiations started centering around the issue of same-sex marriage and how much give and take could happen within that context. Whereas in Nepal, the same-sex marriage issue did not really feature much on the agenda. I mean, there was even a point whereby the community that was supposed to be against same-sex marriage was like, fine, we'll concede that if we can save our environment. So in Nepal, the preoccupation of the whole exercise was with environmental rights. So they were focused more on like, how much will the industry hamper the environment? Are there options of green technology? Are there options of relocation? And they were also interested in like, why are the interest rates so high? So everything barring same-sex marriage became a preoccupation in Nepal. So what we imagine we're seeing, of course, we have to do more of an in-depth study to understand this, but the fact that even in simulated exercises, it seems like they are bringing forward their value system and their socialization and their own understanding into a simulated role-playing scenario. So even though they're role-playing, they're not stepping very far from their existing value system. I think that summarizes the sort of general findings. So I will now pass on to Prajwal again to discuss the next, the sort of analysis and perhaps the next steps.
Thanks, Dr. Asta. So, of course, when we did this study, right, this is a new experimental teaching method as well for us, right? And we're quite open to criticism about this study and whether we should do it or not, because if we're talking about justice education, we also have to talk about the pedagogy of justice education as well. And while this was something very separate and a different method, right, even our students, the reception was really well, both in Bangladesh as well as in Nepal, with respect to the students saying we need more kind of activities that give us the skill sets about negotiations. But of course, there are different ways in which we can conduct simulated negotiations, and we're quite open to hearing if your law schools across the world also do such sort of simulated negotiations. And we are next month we are also executing the same experiment in India, in Nalsar University, and we're trying to see, whether the outcomes are separate. So we really need to look at the nitty-gritties about how values impact negotiations and impact development as a larger goal as well. And then that concept has to be taught in justice education as well. With that being said, this was briefly what we wanted to explain and our findings, and we're happy to have some questions and answers, perhaps in the end after everybody presents, right? So thank you, and thanks again for giving us this opportunity to share our findings.
Thank you very much, Advocate Prajwal and Dr. Rasta. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. And I particularly got interested into the topic because I was there at summer school when you were employing this method. And I completely agree that when we speak about justice education, actually we need also to speak about how we deliver that kind of education. As such, pedagogy is important. So I'll be looking for how you also champion the idea in Nalsar, and I'll be keen to learn more about that in future. Thank you. I'm sure that the audience will have some question. Now I ask Tisni Santika to call our next speaker, please.
Thank you so much, Prof. Bila, and also thank you to Advocate Prajwal and also Dr. Asta for elaborate the very interesting presentation. And allow me to pass to the next presentation. The next presenter is Ms. Harsha Agarwal and also Ms. Mahaprati. Are you here? Join us already?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Allow me to first share the brief of your very extensive and wonderful resume. Ms. Harsha Agarwal completed BBA and LLB from Galgottias University, Greater Noida, and completed LLM from the University of Liverpool in International Human Rights Law. She's passionate about teaching and anticipating being a professional in international human rights law. Her core areas of interest include human rights law, women's rights law, cyber law, international law, such as public international, peace and security law. She's looking forward to bringing forth a positive change in the lives of the people through education and awareness, addressing social and legal issues. She's awarded with the Human Rights Champion Award and also Special Contribution Award by Youth from Human Rights International for her contribution toward human rights. Also awarded with the University of Liverpool's PGT Prize Chancellor's International Attainment Scholarship. Also received grant for attending the International Conference on Justice Education in collaboration with International Journal of Clinical Legal Education, South African University Law Clinics Association, and hosted by Stellenbosch University Faculty of Law in South Africa. And Ms. Mahaprati is currently practicing as an advocate in Delhi. She has also started various social awareness campaigns and has conducted legal aid workshops in different parts of the country. She is awarded with Gage Mexico and Gage Indonesia Scholarship for her commendable work in the field of legal aid and awareness. She has also been honored by Tamana NGO among top 100 women of the country for her contribution to women empowerment. She is also the founder of the Consumer Assistant and ADR host and working as honorary director of the Knowledge Stage. Ms. Mahaprati and Ms. Harsha Agarwal, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll be presenting on behalf of myself and Ms. Mahaprati. And also just an update, as mentioned in my resume, that I am very passionate about teaching and looking as a professor. I recently joined as assistant professor at Pakistan University. So is my screen visible? Okay, thank you. So this topic has come through my personal experience, because as a law student, I was very actively used to actively participate in legal clinic activities where we used to go out, we used to do a lot of outdoor activities, got in touch with a lot of people, we educated them about different legal issues or social issues for that matter. So this particular topic is majorly concerned on how the role of law clinics can be enhanced in justice education, particularly focusing on the street law model. So if we are talking about justice education in my in this presentation, I am focusing on the part of the justice education, which talks about education of each and every one individual who is a part of the society, not just people like us who are actually associated with the law or the legal field, somehow the law students. There are a lot more people who are not at all aware about the laws, or they come from a rural background, they are least bothered about laws. But there is a necessity where we need to keep them aware about the upcoming laws and the laws that they need to keep in mind. So my question is, when we're talking about justice education, the first thing is, if we are just making the laws, is it really sufficient, or we need to do a lot more? Or if we need to do more, what can be done, and as individuals, how we can contribute? So even after so many enactments, there are so many laws that have come up from time to time, but still in India, there are issues that are very much prevalent. Here are some examples: gender discrimination, extortion, abduction. People know that these are the laws, there are punishments, but still these crimes are continuously happening. So as individuals, how can we stop it? So as law students, as law clinics, we have been actively participating in various activities. We go out, the law students from different universities go out in the nearby areas. We educate people on different concepts, but it has all its own limitations. It has its own restrictions that we need to keep in mind when we are talking about justice education. I have mentioned few challenges of justice education, its effectiveness, but if we are talking about very much practical experiences, there are a lot more restrictions or challenges that we come across. As legal aid clinics, we have very limited resources. There are funding problems. We have to show each and every expense or each and every penny that we spend. It is very difficult to actually bring those people at one place so we can actually talk about their problems. There are so many basic challenges. There are inequalities of basic amenities. They don't have food or water, so they're more focused on their jobs or getting money so that they can survive. So in this situation, if we go to them and talk about their legal rights, or how they can solve their other issues, that is least of their concerns. So these are the very much challenges. We need to address the basic requirements that problems they are facing related to the basic requirements. Only then we can go to the second stage of creating awareness about legal and social issues. Street law model is one of the models that I have been personally using with law clinics or other legal platforms like Knowledge These or NGOs like Youth for Human Rights International. We have different kind of activities. We include street laws, we include workshops. I have conducted more than 50 workshops in last 2 or 3 years, where I have been talking about the human rights or their legal rights in schools, universities, different colleges, or a formal setting where they can actually know that, okay, what are their basic rights in India? Because even as law students, we somewhere studied the concept of human rights in 3rd or 4th year, and there are various departments in if we talk about a single university, there are at least 4 to 5 departments, and only the law students are the ones who actually study what are human rights. So one of the target is actually reaching out to the students who are learning in different departments they also need to be aware, okay, these are their rights. So the first step is going out, talking to people, and street law is something that actually helps in the practical perspective. One of the major challenges, if you're talking about street law, is again, there are no guidelines. No one is actually legally bound that they need to create awareness. Even the law departments or the legal law universities, they are not bound to do it. There are very limited provisions which provide a legal obligation for creating legal awareness. So most of the people does not understand or does not take it as their responsibility to create awareness. So street law gives us a chance where they can take it as their responsibility and can work on this. So there are various stakeholders. If you're talking about street law, there are law students. Their role is very much different from that as a law professor or a lawyer. There are different roles of NGOs or any other professional groups or organization. Students are the one who are basically doing the groundwork. The professors are the ones who actually encourage the law students. Because as a street law as a concept is not very popular in India, the legal aid clinics go out and conduct activities, but those activities are actually part of street law. Is the very much concept is missing. So law professors are the one who encourage law students that, okay, go out, do these work. They help them to prepare the sessions or prepare the activities, and professional NGOs or other groups obviously improves the knowledge, and they go parallel. The professors and the NGOs are running parallel, giving the information out to the public. The street law has its own benefits, but it helps in awareness, it helps in implementation of laws. It has its own challenges. There is no funding, there is no legal obligation or no sense of responsibility, but this definitely helps in developing that responsibility. So what can we do now as individuals or as a part of legal fraternity? As I am at law faculty now, so I can encourage my students. I can somewhere include street law as a part of my curriculum, the subjects I teach, and promote the law concept of street law model among the law students. The legal aid clinics, again, they can help out to reach more and more areas, nearby areas in their universities. If every university take initiative and they reach out to their local areas to a large extent, the concept of street law model will be successful. So thank you so much. This is it, and now I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Harsh. We will be inviting questions at the end of the presentation, but what I want to comment right at this moment is, once again, this is a question how you deliver, how you teach law, how you offer the justice education. So the question ultimately is what we are, not only what we are teaching, but what actually, how we are teaching and who, what, to what extent effectively we are offering them. So street law model as well as law clinic model certainly is a very significant mode of inculcating justice education into the young legal minds. So we'll be interested to hear more about this at the end of the session in our open question session. Now, Santika, can you please invite our next speaker?
Thank you, Prof. Pilar. And also thank you for Ms. Harsha for your wonderful presentation. Allow me to invite our next presenter, Mr. Syed Hussein Sarwar. And allow me to also read the short bio. Mr. Syed Hussein Sarwar is currently lecturer in Department of Law, East West University, Bangladesh. Previously worked as lecturer in Department of Law in American International University, Bangladesh, and researcher in empowerment through the law of the common people and community law reform. Active as a researcher and published several research articles in reputable international journals. He joined summer school on law and logic in Harvard School of Law and European University Institute. For Mr. Said Hussain Hamad.
And to what I add one thing, Santika, Said also, conducted the simulation at the Human Rights Summer School, Bangladesh, and he is also pioneering the idea of simulation model. And I'm sure that this model is going to contribute a lot in understanding the legal education. Up to Said. Said, thank you so much. Up to you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. But today I won't talk much about actually the simulation. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude and greetings to the distinguished guest speakers and ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. It's been an honor to be among you. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you tell me whether is it visible or not? Is it visible?
Yes,
okay,
Said, you can see it. Thank you.
So the title of my presentation, it seems a bit wide, but my presentation is actually not that much wide. What I will be actually try to present here, or try to say that particularly there are three methods of clinical legal education in Bangladesh, particularly three methods, which are street law, human rights fact-finding simulation, and community law reform. All of three, which have been carried on in Bangladesh by pro bono organization, mainly HELCOP, for several years in an outside university model, and how these three methods are contributing in decolonizing the legal education of Bangladesh. So let me start with decolonization. So what I will be meaning as decolonization is the wider meaning of decolonization, which does not confine only in the sense that decolonization is deconstruction of Eurocentric epistemology. Rather, I will be make point that I will be making the point on that decolonization is not restructuring or reconstructing or deconstructing the Eurocentric epistemologies, but rather any epistemologies which establish or support or promote or facilitate any structure or any system of domination over one by another. So decolonization is actually, it's about knowledge, epistemology, ways of knowing or being known, and superiorization of one body of knowledge to eliminate another. So as Walter Minolo said about coloniality, that coloniality is the darker side of modernity. And it is still relevant since coloniality is reproducing and regenerating, is being reproducing and regenerating everywhere in law, in society, in politics, and mainly in epistemology, in knowledge, through the rhetoric of modernity. So I think decolonization is a very thing which is highly required. And this is actually decolonization. Decolonization is the process which actually can undo this coloniality both in mind and body. Decolonization, it can discover the injustice and inequality embedded in the structure. And it is the process to replace the structure. So let me give a brief on the situation of Bangladesh, the situation of legal education in Bangladesh.
Right. Sorry for intervention. Can you make your slide on slideshow model? Make your presentation slideshow so that we can view it properly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Juraida, I hope it works now. Thank you. Sai.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so legal education in Bangladesh is very much a classroom-based model. The student admitted to the university, they go to the class and they studied there. Most of the class are monologue as the teacher and gives a lecture, and the student hear the lecture, and they later they take exams, written exams on that exam. So the universities mainly teach the doctrinal law, and Bangladesh as a country of colonial legacy, we inherited many colonial laws. Mostly we have the colonial laws here, and the dead letter of colonial laws are taught in the university. So a great jurist, Roscoe Pound, Roscoe Pound emphasized on law in action rather than law in books. But in Bangladesh, what the legal education is emphasized is on the law on books rather than law on action. The students, while they're in the university, they doesn't have any connection with the community or any connection or any ideas how law is actually operating in the society or for whom the law is working. So while I'm here to measure that whether this clinical legal education or these three methods of clinical legal education are decolonizing the legal education or not, I actually invoke the concept of Paulo Freire. So Paulo Freire actually, in his great book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he actually mentions about how the knowledge can help the oppressed. And since the purpose of decolonization is to break the hierarchy of oppressor and oppressed, so the pedagogy of Paulo Freire or the ideas of Paulo Freire is very relevant and can be a very good method, and it is an established method, and it is well accepted method of decolonization. So I will be actually invoking three ideas of Paulo Freire actually, which are mainly the problem posing education, gaining critical consciousness, and praxis. So firstly, the basic of Paulo Freire's education or theory is that Paulo Freire said that the education should educate the oppressed, not the oppressor. So Paulo Freire said that the oppressed should be educated and the oppressed should be take action. If I quote Paulo Freire, said that the greatest humanistic and historical task of the oppressed is to liberate themselves and their oppressor as well. So not the oppressed will liberate themselves, but they have to liberate it. They have to liberate their oppressor as well. So how it will be done, or how the education will be done? So Paulo Freire first introduced a banking concept of education, which is similar to our classroom model, where Paulo Freire said that in the banking concept that the students, they work like a container or and the teacher, they just deposit the knowledge in the student. They just fill up the students with the knowledge, with the traditional knowledge. So this can be this banking concept of education can be broken with problem posing education. Said that education should be dialogue based. There will be a teacher, student, and the teacher and the student, they will have dialogue and they will shift their place as well. I mean, the teacher will teach the student and the student will teach the teacher as well. So the teacher must have the mindset that they have to learn from the students as well. And through that dialogue, the students will gain critical consciousness, or what Paulo Freire says, conscientization. And finally, this knowledge have to put into practice, into action, which is fall under the praxis. and that action must be followed by reflection. That action will be reflected, or that action will be criticized, and upon that criticism, the student will further act. So if I come to the clinical legal education in Bangladesh and what is its situation, and if I explain and if I try to find that whether these elements of Paulo Freire are we going to find it in the CLE, in the legal education of Bangladesh. So firstly, first I must acknowledge that the theory I am invoking about street law, human rights, fact-finding, simulation, and community law reform, the bases are actually the proponent of this theory in Bangladesh is Professor Mizanur Rahman, and actually I am considering Professor Mizanur Rahman's work and finding Paulo Freire's element in that. Okay, so firstly, street law. What happened in street law? Street law is generally for the junior law student who are generally first or second year law student, and they actually conduct a legal literacy program in underprivileged community. So what street law actually does when a student is just in the second year, this program bring that students out of the classroom and put them in the community. They communicate with the community. They try to legally literate the community. They break the ice with the community. Human rights fact-finding simulation is actually it's a simulation where a tailored fact and scenario have been done, and in that tailored fact and scenario, and the student participants, they try to find human rights violation, and that simulation always have been followed by a real visit to particular community. So there were two simulations have been done where the students went to transgender and Horizon community to find out the human rights violation that have been happening in that community. Finally, community law reform. Community law reform is for the senior students, where the students go to a particular community and stay with that community for at least a week to understand the grievance of the community, the laws, the customs of the community, the structure of the community, how the law is applicable to the community, how law is protecting their interest, or how law is exploiting that community. Okay. So firstly, if I measure it with the parameter of Paulo Freire, the first parameter is, if I go to the previous slide, the problem posing education, the dialogue. So see, when the student went to the community, the student went to the community as teacher and as student both. They have to go to the community, they have to teach the community, and they have to learn from the community. So by that, they be able to find out the problem of the community and problem of the law. And through that, the students gain the critical consciousness. Secondly, the basic of or the core of clinical legal education said that clinical legal education is learning by doing. So the students, they have to go to the community and they have to do, which fall under the action of practice, and by doing, they learn. And thirdly, reflection. Every CLR, community law reform, has been followed by publication of a monograph, which has been criticized, which has been supervised by a senior professor who actually reflect again and again the work of the students, how they went to the community, how they interact in the community, and how the students learn from the community, and how they and finally how the students actually perform or actually did the action. So that's all. That is all my presentation. So I would like to end with the thing that what Paulo Freire says, but what the purpose of this education is empower the oppressed. Paulo Freire worked with the peasants, and he wanted that education should empower the peasants. And this is the very purpose of the clinical legal education that has been done by LCOP so far, empowering the people, which is in the name of the LCOP. So that's all. That's tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Said. Can you take away your slides, please?
Yes, sir. 1 second,
Right.
sir.
I personally thoroughly enjoyed your presentation and the way you have interpreted and situated the, post-colonial theory, the theory of critical pedagogy by Paulo Freire. I'm sure Naomi would have been happier had she, I'm not sure whether she is still here or not. I studied one of her papers, which are good Freire's theory to be applied in legal education. This is very important. I found a blend of, what should be taught and how it should be taught. So in South Asian context, particularly, I can tell the audience that in Bangladesh, we have not been able to come out of that British colonial legal system that they have left perhaps 70 years back. And still we have this penal code of 1860 and criminal procedure code of 1898, civil procedure code of 1908, evidence act of 1872, and contract act of 1872, as well as transfer of property act 1880. You name all the big, laws, penal laws and civil laws, all are from colonial region. So how come, being an independent country, you cannot create a native jurisprudence for your own people and to mitigate the demand of the post-independent settings? From that context, Said has rightly, critically presented this thing that street law, law clinic, human rights fact-finding can be applied from this critical critical pedagogy approach, and really can add something new to our legal education modality. Sai, thank you for your presentation. Tisni, who is our next?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Said, for your very wonderful and powerful presentation. Allow me to move to our next presenter. I am humble and proud to introduce our very own student, Anom Gilang Pamungkas, Rahima Isma, and Andin Asya, the students from Faculty of Law, Pasundan University, Bandung. Allow me to share the brief of their wonderful resume. Anom is currently a law student at Pasundan University in Indonesia. He is an active member of the Pasundan Debate Club, and also Anom is served as an English debating coach for English Club for Senior High School in Tasikmalaya. As a debate coach, Anom has been instrumental in developing the critical thinking skill, English proficiency, general knowledge, and public speaking abilities of the high school students. And for Isma, she is currently a student in Faculty of Law at Pasundan University and serves as the General Secretary of the Pasundan Debate Club. She was also a delegate for the national debate competition held by Pajajaran University. In addition, from 2021 to the present, she has been actively engaged as a facilitator in our clinical legal education program. And also, she also entrusted to serve as the head of education at the Student Executive Board. And Andian is currently pursuing a degree in law at Faculty of Law at Pasundan University, currently engaged in the preparation of a seminar for the National Criminal Court and proceedings at the Supreme Court of the Republic of Indonesia for the Moot Court Organization. She is also involved in the planning and execution of a seminar on socialization and training on dispute resolution and administrative violation by the General Election Supervisory Agency in West Java. And besides being active in various organizations, Andian also aspires to achieve an academic achievement category scholarship at the Faculty of Law, Pasundan University. So guys, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Antika. Please, Andian, may you share the screen, please? Slideshow mode.
Slideshow mode, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to express my utmost gratitude for the opportunity of being a participant of this international seminar. It's actually one of our first international seminars. I'm very quite nervous a little bit, so I'm very sorry if there's a little bit of mispronunciation or things like that. So currently, we would like to present about the role of law students in providing access to justice through clinical legal education. Now, first, next slide, please. Before we would like to continue to the material, I would like to first introduce our group. My name is Anom Gilang Pamungkas. You may call me Anom. And there is Isma. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Rahima Isma Salima, but you can call me Isma, and I'm a student in Pasundan University.
Excellent.
And Andian, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Andin Ahya, also called Andin. Currently, I'm pursuing a degree in law at the Faculty of Law, Pasundan University. I also joined some organizations, one of them is CLE.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you. Please, next slide. So before we discuss on the materials about our legal education, first we have to assess the urgency of why we should partake as a law student, and especially in the role of providing legal education for our community. So first, currently, there are changes in our constitution. In particular, there are new criminal code that is just currently being enacted that will be active in 2025. But still, as a law student, we have to prepare for these changes. Now, these changes obviously generate new rights and privileges for the citizens of Indonesia, such as in the new criminal code, there are some new rules that has to be properly explained to our society, and as well as other things, other procedural laws about these criminal code. Now, in our country, we have a principle, three principles that is called Tridharma. Now, Tridharma is a three principles of university education in Indonesia, which the first principle is about learning, the second is about research, and the third is about devotion to society. Next, please. Now, in our university, we have a clinical legal education program, which is a platform for law students to enhance the legal literacy of the community by providing educations on citizens' rights and privileges. Next. So before we discuss on how the mechanisms of our working in CLE, we would like to first explain about the history about our organization. First is that it is founded in 2007 as street law, which previously served as a community of students that is interested in humanitarian efforts on giving legal education. And then it expanded in 2015 to become a mandatory subject in our university for the sixth semester students, which is also, CLE is also an unofficial division of our university as well. So our mission is to provide free legal education for the poor and marginalized about their rights. Now, the specifics of why we specifically choose the poor and marginalized, because these communities, especially the poor and marginalized, are very vulnerable communities. For example, previously in the past, we have reached out to several communities such as migrant workers, women, special needs children, also street children and other marginalized communities. Now, The reason why is that these vulnerabilities exist in a form of authoritarian abuse and as well as abuse from their peers in case of violation of rights in their own community. Therefore, as a law student, we have a better understanding than the general population of our society. We have an obligation to provide legal education for these marginalized communities to prevent any sort of violation of rights in their parts and also in their communities. And the next slide will explain about how we do our things in CLE, and also the mechanism will be explained by my partner, Isma. Please, Isma.
Okay, thank you, Anom. So, what students learn in CLE? In actuality, there are numerous lessons that we can acquire in CLE. For example, first, how to choose the topic. Choosing topic is really important to fit our community demography. And the second is how to choose target community. Our target community is for poor and marginalized, and follow up on our missions, which is to give an education to them. And we know a lot of women and children got their rights violated. And the third is lesson plan. In lesson plan, we have our preparations in regards to the laws related to the topic, about the general understanding, as well as the right and privilege mentioned in the constitution of the audience in the laws. The lesson plan also includes the method on how we have to teach the audience, as well as the tools. And the next is teaching methods. We have to choose the right method to explain to certain communities due to the variable involved, such as what the demographic of the community is, and also their perceived general understanding of the topic. So we learn the right methods to teach the different communities based on their age, their education level, and their culture. And the last one is teaching tools. Teaching tools is to support our explanation. We usually use flashcards and other tools to help our explanation. In CLE, we learn how to choose the right tools to explain the topic based on the audience. Next slide. Okay, so the preparation in CLE first gives understanding to ease our audience on the topic, and to give general understanding to make our audience understand our material from their perspective. We have to explain first about what the topic is about. So we have to prepare how we would like to explain the topic in general terms for the audience first. And then explain the laws. In these sessions, we analyze the law relating to the topic for the audience itself. And the next one is trial run. The topic and the lesson plan first need to pass a trial before the discussion. So usually we have mini dramas. So we first do a trial run. The trial run consists of series of tests to evaluate our preparation and to see if we have some flaws or something to improve for our explanation. And the last one is street law. After our preparation is done, we then do the discussion itself. The preparation stage helps us keep track on the discussion and to prevent our discussion from getting off track, as well as to make sure that we have properly selected our topics, explanation, as well as the methods. And the next slide will be presented by my friend Andian.
Okay, thank you for your explaining, Isma. So before I continue, let me introduce myself again. My name is Andian Ahya, or you can call me Andin. So there are some challenges in CLE, kind of prejudice. Prejudice from the society regarding our capabilities of tackling social issues. Some of these prejudices are age-related and inexperienced in discussed topics. Some of the examples of these prejudices are some topics such as domestic violence. Since we are students, we have never experienced what it feels to be married. Yet, we are explaining things such as what to do when domestic violence happens. Of course, the audience will feel like we are explaining things that we don't understand since we have never experienced what it feels like to be married. Next, there are culture that certain communities often dismiss social issues as a cultural norm. Some issues are not to be openly discussed, and we cannot force them to discuss that topics. There are some topics that are considered taboo and not to be openly discussed in a forum. These topics usually makes the audience uncomfortable discussing their experience. Like when we're discussing topics regarding cultural issues or religion, these topics might be difficult to be discussed. Apart from the last, there are technical issues such as geographic locations often hinders our capability to reach to rural communities. Organizers often outnumbered by the amount of people in discussion, reducing the effectivity of the discussion. And also discipline issues from the students in preparation included in challenges in CLE. Many students are not prepared into the discussion, so it must be constrained in preparation. Next, there are some benefits as a student, such as develop our practical skills, knowledge, and value. Because in CLE, we are sharing the knowledge we have learned in college, therefore improving our understanding, as well as improving our soft skills, such as increases our leadership skills, how to work as a team, and increases our communication skills. Because in CLE, we learn how to teach people, especially teaching the average citizen. So we have to adjust our teaching methods and our approach for different communities that we face. Personally, after joining CLE and participating in CLE discussions as an organizer, I learned new experiences and it helped me learn new things by getting out of my comfort zone, as well as knowing new people from different communities. And I also increased my sensitivity and understanding of social issues. So that's all for me. Thank you for your attention, and I'll give it back to Anom for the closing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andian and Isma. So I would like to summarize our presentation. So essentially, our program in CLE is emphasizing itself on a discussion regarding the education for the people itself, especially for the poor and the marginalized. And also another note that I have to add that we conduct this educational discussion through some sort of a fun and educational way, such as, for example, as my partner said, uses flashcards, mini drama, because it would easily explain these complex topics to the audience, which is normally the general population has quite a difficult time understanding some very complex topics such as the law. So that is the focus and emphasis on our program. So thank you for your attention, please.
Thank you. Anam, Rahima, and Andian, we thoroughly enjoyed your presentation and the way you have, presented it, served it on a plate. I view law also as a means of serving the people, taking law to the service of the people. Street law helps you in many ways. I mean, apart from, it is not only a question of developing your communication skill or your interpretation skill. It is all about making you more passionate. Barefooted lawyers, it means putting yourself into the shoes of the downtrodden. So these using words of disadvantaged, marginalized communities. You have also in your first slide mentioned devotion. That I liked it very much, because devotion is very important to be a pro-people lawyer, to be a rebellious lawyer, as Professor Rahman called this morning, to be a social justice lawyer. So I'm very much happy that you are running this program in your law school and making the would-be lawyers in the making and sensitize them to the needs of the people and interpret the law through the lens of the disadvantaged. That's very important. I'm so happy for the presentation. Thank you. Santika, up to you.
Thank you, Prof. Bila, and thank you also for Anung, Isma, and also Andian. And we are very proud of you, of course. And allow me to move to our next presenter, Dr. Aru Praton Saha. Let me share the brief resume of Dr. Arup. Dr. Arup Saha is currently working as a lecturer of law at Cox Bazar International University. He was also a former lecturer at Green University and has completed his LLB from the Green University of Bangladesh. He studied with a scholarship in the LL program at South Asian University in New Delhi, India. Dr. Arup Praton Saha, this grade is yours.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes,
Good
sir.
afternoon, Santika, and good afternoon, Professor Billa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me tell you that I am not Dr. Prathun Shaha. I'm Mr. Prathun Shaha. I'm yet to do my PhD, and currently I'm working with research consultant of the empowerment through law of the common people. I was chairman and assistant professor of Cox's International University, but I currently am working as a research consultant. So the topic that I'm going to cover is I'm taking you from street law and pro bono lawyering to the academic freedom of legal education. The topic that I'm going to cover is academic freedom in justice education, and I'm uh, especially focusing on Bangladesh. I will be discussing on challenges and prospects. So, knowledge of law, both professional and general, it is told that ignorance of law is not an excuse. So, law is indispensable for human development. General perception of concept of rule of law brings to one's imagination two important element categories of personalities, that is judge and lawyer, who form the core of justice system. When law is abused or law is misapplied or law is not properly met, it is the task of the justice system, that means the judiciary, to intervene and to ensure that law prevails and only law rules. However, judges and lawyers are not the only actors in the broader spectrum to provide for the rule of law. There are other stakeholders definitely who, has a greater role to play. In order that law can rule effectively, there is a great need for education, which we call justice education, legal education, and academic freedom in legal education is a must. For an example, Article 38(1) of ICJ statute says that the teaching of the most highly publicized, highly qualified publicists of the various nations as subsidiary means for the determination of rule of law. It says that the academician and the teachers or professors of law are not only have a greater role to play in the national rule of law, rather they have a greater role to play in international arena or international level. So Barton Russell, in one of his conversation, which I just seen few days back, he was talking about idea of peace, and there he said that three important elements are required to ensure peace. And the first and foremost, he says that in his idea, he said that there should be a world government. Maybe he has talked about United Nations or something like that, an international NGO. And he has said that the academician has a greater role to play in a world government. If the academician is there, then we could achieve the peace. So the endeavor of my paper or my discussion is, I would like to find out what is the situation of academic freedom in justice education of Bangladesh, what are the necessary conditions for the justice educational institutions, what role should the justice education administrators play in ensuring academic freedom, and what have been the experiences of academic institutions in Bangladesh. So before going into Bangladesh, let me give some examples from America. America, in way back in 1915, the American Association of University Professors adopted its principles of academic freedom. The idea comprised two key elements. First, the freedom of the faculties, students, and researchers, as well as the freedom of the institutions from the state intervention. So, state must not intervene in independent research and academic activities, at least at the university level. The academia exerted significant influence in America's social transformation during the civil rights movement in 1960s. In Bangladesh, we do not have that kind of set of principles for the professors and students in the legal education or justice education, that state cannot interfere, but academia played a very important role even during, before and after the independence of Bangladesh. Let me share a study which has been done by Professor Vicky Jackson. She surveyed 194 constitutions. Out of that, she found that at least 106 constitutions that included references either to academic freedom or to the institutional autonomy of universities, or to both. While a number of constitutions specifically mention the individual faculty's academic freedom within a broader regime of freedoms of speech, countries recognizing the institutional autonomy of universities are limited. Very few constitutions mention the both. Apart from these, most of the countries of the world, including Bangladesh, omit any specific reference to the academic freedom or autonomy of the universities. Those, however, accommodate a generic constitutional freedom of speech, often coupled with a specific mention of freedom of press. Article 39 of Bangladesh Constitution talks about freedom of speech and opinion, although it has uh, it has a term called subject to the restriction imposed by law. I am of the opinion that there is implied, indirect, and interpretive recognition of the universities and their freedoms. Depending on its strength, independence, and activism, judiciary in Bangladesh might be willing to read speech freedom in an expensive way and recognize the academic freedom and institutional autonomy of the universities within the constitutional right regime. Let me give you a glaring example of US Supreme Court. The US Supreme Court constitutes a glaring example of giving academic freedom within the ambit of US Constitution's First Amendment, which is of freedom of speech. To take an example, in a case NCTV and Bangladesh versus AM Samsuddin, the court did accept the publisher's right to publish books as a form of freedom of speech and expression. From a broader perspective, the university teachers' right to research, publish, and disseminate knowledge without pre-censorship by the state should be covered within the freedom of speech. Let me tell you that although universities are autonomous bodies according to the law of our country, and these universities have, especially big universities have particular laws for their establishment. But that very law empowers the government that it shall nominate members for the syndicate academic council, which are the highest bodies of each university. So it shows that the government can regulate the academia. I'd like to mention that this is the first challenge. I'd like to mention some of the challenges academic freedom, which I found very, very crucial. And so the first challenge which I found that the recruitment process of universities is not entirely based on quality of the teacher. It is often found that the recruitment of a teacher in public or private universities, not all, their political affiliation comes into play. And recruiter try to know about their political views. And later, this political viewpoint influence him or her in his academic activity. For an example, in his research, in his lecture. So while advocating for academic freedom, I'm also mindful that freedom are getting abused these days by academics. So the professors, I'm sure that we all have to be very mindful about our responsibilities towards the society. In Bangladesh, the academia is not a very lucrative job because the payment or the pay is very low. So it is a very low paid job. And I have observed that a serious polarization in the legal academia. And my research reveals that academia is not completely free from all kinds of influences. For an example, for the last 10 years, the research of some university professors shows that there are some professors which are always very critical about all kinds of activities taken by the government. And there are other professors who are always very praising the government activities, all kinds of government activities. So it shows that how there is a polarization. And the enforcement mechanism of the various laws of Bangladesh is very weak, which I think somehow, frustrate the whole justice education, because you see, when students see that there are laws, but these laws are not getting enforced, so the entire endeavor somehow frustrated. So I conclude in this way that at present Bangladesh stands at the bottom of the global chart of academic freedom, gross politicization, and some sort of corruption of the in the administration in Bangladesh universities are creating a great disincentive for the teachers and the students to teach and learn, carry out research, and publish the result. It is the high time that the academia and judges of Bangladesh start eyeing the constitutionalization of the universities, institutional autonomy, and their professors' academic freedom. Thank you very much. That will be the end of my presentation, and I'm open to question if there is any.
Thank you, Arup. you have drawn our attention to a very, very pertinent emerging, not only a localized or regional issue, but it is also a global issue now. That reminded me of some recent Bangladesh incidents where a scientist, came up with some research on brinjal eggplant.
Brinjal.
Ultimately, it was published in the, print media, and it created confusion, huge public outcry, and media attention as well. Same is the case with recent American professor who was speaking in the class about the place of arts and paintings in Islamic view. That ultimately culminated into termination from her job. So it's very important, and I agree that it related to ultimately it takes a toll if you put it into legal education context on the justice on the education delivery. How do you do it? But again, the challenge is it is a kind of double-edged sword. You give freedom to the teachers. Question is that to what extent our teachers are prepared to honor, to exercise that freedom in a very, very culturally sensitive manner, and if so, to what extent its scope would be. So I enjoyed your talk. I think it is a very good area of working and doing further research, and certainly it is one of the emerging area on which we can further work, and we'll be interested to see working further on this. Thank you. Yes, Samtika, we are running behind the time, I guess, but we have one more presenter to go. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Bila, and also thank you for Mr. Aru Pratosaha for your wonderful presentation. Allow me to introduce our last, but of course not least, presenter, Associate Professor Zuraida Rastam Syarol. She began her legal career as a magistrate in the Klang Session and Magistrate Court. She also presided over juvenile matters in the Court for Children. She was then promoted to the position of Senior Federal Counsel with the Attorney General's Chambers of Malaysia, and headed the Human Rights and International Organization Unit. And she has many major accomplishments during her 10 years of services with the Attorney General's Chambers, and also together with the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, drafted Malaysia's country report on the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and Convention on the Rights of the Child. To Professor Zuraida Rastam Syarol, please, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Lenny, Vidi Mulayani, facilitator of the third session of this conclave, and moderators, Professor Bilal Masum, and also Ms. Disney Santika, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are running a little bit out of time, but I will try and complete whatever I need to say in the 15 minutes that is allocated for me. Okay, can I have a little bit of thumbs up so that I know that people can see my slides? Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so what I intend to do today is I would like to share what we have in University Malaya. We have an in-house legal aid clinic and has a part of our clinical legal education. And I would like to demonstrate how this in-house legal clinic actually facilitates access to justice and justice education, not only to our law students, but also to the community around our university. So what I will do is, I will give a brief introduction to the legal aid clinic and how we operate the legal aid clinic. And I will talk a little bit about the collaboration between the legal aid clinic and the legal aid department of the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department in Malaysia. And of course, I will touch on a little bit about our community outreach program. So a little bit of introduction to our in-house legal aid clinic. The legal aid clinic, the establishment of this legal aid clinic was approved by the management of University Malaya on 12th of August 2015, and we received our first client in March 2016. Our in-house legal aid clinic, a module, incorporates the concept of live client clinic. So it's not about simulation. What we do in our in-house legal aid clinic is we actually allow the students to engage with real life cases. So the students actually provide legal advice to real clients who are facing real legal disputes. And all this work of legal advice is supervised and advised by legal practitioners from our legal fraternity, as well as lecturers in our faculty. So I would like to point out and say that this module that our in-house legal aid clinic adopts, the Faculty of Law, University Malaya is the pioneer in adopting this module where students themselves actually engage with live clients and advise live clients. Following that, now several other public universities in Malaysia are also moving towards the adoption of a similar module, and our Faculty of Law and our clinic has been assisting them to move towards this kind of adoption of this module. So through this in-house legal aid clinic, we have achieved certain a legal education perspective, in the sense that we have enhanced our students' legal education perspective through the exposure of these students to real clients and real issues. So I think it was mentioned before by one of the speakers, what they learn in lectures are mostly theoretical, but with this in-house clinic, these theoretical legal principles that they learn in the lectures are actually applied when they advise the real clients with the real legal disputes. So there will be interactions between the students and the clients. And I think this is especially important because it helps the students to actually convey to the clients difficult legal principles into using language which are easy to understand by the clients, because the in-house legal aid clinic, the big portion of the clients are people on the streets, the community around university, the underprivileged and vulnerable communities. So if you explain to them the legal principles in very legalistic language, they will not understand. So what the students do is they try and explain to these clients in a very lay term all these legal principles and the legal solutions that are available to them. So this has helped the students to actually interact well with the clients. In addition to that, when they provide and interact with the clients and they give the necessary legal services and advice to the clients, they also put into practice rules on ethics and professionalisms. For example, the principle on confidentiality and the principle of conflict of interest. So they learn about this theoretically in lectures, but when they attend to clients, they apply it. So when they attend to clients' cases, they must ensure there is confidentiality. They also must ensure that if there is conflict of interest, they are not able to accept the client's legal disputes. So all these are being put into practice from the legal education perspective. Apart from the legal education perspective, the in-house legal aid clinic also provides the justice education perspective to the students and also to the community. Because through the in-house legal aid clinic activities, students actually enhance legal literacy amongst the community. So I will elaborate a little bit about all these activities on how the students that volunteer and work in the in-house legal aid clinic activities actually help the community with their legal literacy. It also helps the students and the community to understand the effect of laws on the society. So students understand what they learn, the law that they learn, how that affects the society when they give the advice.
and the community, the clients understand how these laws actually affect them when they receive the advice from the students. It also, of course, creates the awareness on importance of pro bono legal services. It actually creates empathy on the students that pro bono legal services is very important. Yeah, to allow for access to justice for everybody, not just certain levels of society, but all society, all levels of society, the marginalized, the vulnerable, those who have not enough financial support to get access to justice. So all this, you can see that from students who are actually participating in this in-house legal aid clinic activities. So how does the legal aid clinic operate? We have 3 managers who are academic staff of the Faculty of Law who manages this legal aid clinic, which is myself. We have Madam Asha Sobri, who cannot attend this conclave today because she's pregnant. She's on maternity leave. And we have another manager who is Ms. Shireen, also a lecturer in the faculty. So we have 3 lecturers who manages this in-house legal aid clinic. And we recruit 40 students as student advisors. And these student advisors, when they interview clients to understand the legal disputes of clients, and when they provide advice to clients, they are supervised by legal practitioners from the industry and also some academic staff. So for example, a student meets a client to understand the legal issues, interviews a client to understand the legal issues. When the interview happens, legal practitioners also sit in the interview, not to do the interview, but to assist the students to correctly ask the right questions, the right manner to ask clients, okay? Taking into account the sensitivity of the issue, the level of understanding of the clients. So they sit together and the interview of the client takes place. Similarly, when the student gives legal advice, legal practitioners also sit in as supervisors to ensure that the legal advice is accurate, given in an appropriate manner, and in a manner in which the client will understand. Because as I said earlier, the client are usually communities who are vulnerable, who do not have financial support for proper legal advice, and who are marginalized, and who are lay people on the streets who cannot understand complex legal terms. So we have to speak to them in a way so that they understand without all the legal jargons. And I think it's also important to note that legal practitioners who spend time to supervise student advisors actually work on voluntary basis. We do not pay them. They come because they are interested to train students. So like I said, the student advisor provides legal advice to clients that come to the legal aid clinic with a legal issue. On top of that, student advisors also provide information to any inquiries received from the community on the law and the justice system. So if you look further in the slide, it says inquiries are clients that come to the legal aid clinic. They do not have a specific legal dispute. What they need is just general information regarding the law or the justice system. So they can come to the clinic and our students will do the research and explain to them, okay, about the law and the justice system. For example, we have people coming to our in-house legal clinic to ask about the criminal justice system. So the students just make a bit of research and then explain to them, okay, this is the criminal justice system. If you are charged, what you're supposed to do, what are your next steps? What are some of the offenses under the criminal law in Malaysia? So we just explain to them as a general information. We have clients who come to the clinic also asking about procedures, divorce procedures or bankruptcy procedures, without a specific legal dispute. So we provide information on those. We educate them on their rights, what they can do and how they go about in terms of those issues. Those are inquiries.
For legal advice, the legal aid clinic actually accepts a wide range of cases, except for certain cases which are mentioned in the bullet. So those cases we do not take, and we will refer them to other avenues which can actually assist the clients. It's also important to note, because these are students who give advice to clients. They can only provide legal advice, but because they are not formally called to the Malaysian Bar as yet, they cannot make court representation on behalf of the clients in court. So it's just purely on legal advice. Okay, this is the organizational structure of the whole setup. So we have the legal aid committee at the very top. The legal aid committee actually makes policy decisions relating to the legal aid clinic. And then after that, we have the legal aid clinic managers, and these legal aid clinic managers actually administer and manage the legal aid clinic daily operations. And of course, after that, we have the student advisors, and these are selected third and final year law students from the Faculty of Law. And as I mentioned just now, these law students themselves actually provide advice to our clients and also provide any information on any aspects of the law and the justice system, which is required by the public. And all these staff are actually supervised by the supervisor from the legal fraternity and also several academic staff from the Faculty of Law. So that's the in-house legal aid clinics operation in the Faculty of Law. On top of that, we also have the collaboration with the legal aid department of the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department. What happens here is student advisors actually go for a 6 weeks internship at the Legal Aid Department. And what they do is they receive and attend clients at the counter. They sit in legal advice sessions. They help to prepare the written advice, perform legal research, and also they attend court with the legal officers of the Legal Aid Department to observe how cases are being conducted. Apart from that, in the pipeline, what we hope to do together with the Legal Aid Department of the Prime Minister's Department is to set up counters and booths where we actually share information about the law, the legal processes, the justice system to the community. Okay, and also where the public can have free access to legal advice. We intended to do this very, very much earlier, but unfortunately COVID-19 came into the picture and we could not do that until hopefully this is what we intend to do this year moving forward. And of course, we have our community outreach program. The student advisors in the in-house legal aid clinic is also involved in the community outreach program. The COP is introduced as an activity for students in 2007 by the Faculty of Law, University Malaya, and it emphasizes on community legal education. So under this program, we provide legal education to the selected communities around the university and other parts of the state. And here, student advisors teach about the law and the justice system to the community using interactive learning methods. It's similar to what the students from Faculty of Law, Pasundan University has mentioned just now. There are teaching plans, methods, teaching methods, and then after preparing teaching plans, methods, the students are also trained by their lecturers and their peers and how to impart this knowledge on law and justice system to the community to make sure that the community actually understands. There's no point actually imparting knowledge, but we don't do it correctly if the community do not understand. So that's where the training comes in. And they also, before they impart the knowledge, they actually perform trial runs of the teaching plan to make sure that it's suited to the community in which they are imparting the knowledge. Apart from that, we don't only do COP in Malaysia, we also do COP. Student advisors involved in the COP also have the opportunity to be involved in cross-border activities.
And we have had a collaboration with universities in Indonesia, Universitas Indonesia. We also have collaboration, I think Ms. Lani can testify to that, with the Faculty of Law, Universitas Pasundan, Indonesia. And we also have collaboration, among others, with Kyoto University. So what students from the Faculty of Law, Pasundan University mentioned just now, is similar to what we have in our COP, because we have collaboration with that university. So these are some of the examples where pictures where our student advisors conduct COP, meeting children of the communities. Apart from children, we have done COP with migrant workers in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. I think Ms. Lani can elaborate on that, because we work with Pasundan University Faculty of Law on that. And some challenges, of course, like everyone mentioned, we have the COVID-19 outbreak, which really put our activities on hold for a long time. Again, resources, we do not have full-time clinic managers and trainers for our clinic and COP. As I mentioned just now, we are full-time lecturers here. At the same time, we have to manage the clinic and the COP. And of course, I think similar to other higher education institutions, we always have a limited space in the faculty to have a bigger in-house legal aid clinic. So we can only accept a certain amount of clients. We also have limitation of areas of practices, because not all legal practitioners from the legal fraternity in Malaysia have the time to actually train or supervise our student advisors. So our areas of practice is somewhat limited. And as I mentioned just now, because student advisors are not called yet to the Malaysian bar, they can only provide legal advice. They cannot make court representation on behalf of the clients. And as I mentioned just now, supervisors to supervise students, only a small number of legal practitioners are interested, willing, and able to supervise and train students. Some of them may have time constraints. Some of them do not actually have the passion to actually train students. Some of them are not able to train because training and practicing law, I'm sure all of us can testify, is two separate things. You may know the law, but to train students, that is a different story altogether. So those are our challenges that we are slowly trying to find a solution to. Moving forward, what we wish to have is, we want to make the in-house legal aid clinic module a compulsory course for all final year students. We want to strengthen the collaboration with the legal aid department, Prime Minister's office, to assist in ensuring access to justice to all, and also to build a strong legal capacity of the surrounding community. We also wish to have collaboration with more universities around the world to allow for cross-border activities for the students, because this benefits the students a lot in terms of understanding what's happening in other parts of the world, what are the issues faced by communities in other world, and also to understand the different kind of laws in other parts of the world. And we hope one day to have a specialized legal aid clinic to specialize in specific areas of law. For now, our in-house legal aid clinic accepts all kinds of legal disputes. We are not specialized. Perhaps one day we can be special. We have specialized legal aid clinics, one perhaps in employment disputes, another in general human rights law, perhaps another one in family issues. So that is what we hope to have in our future plans. Thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation, and I will stop sharing. I invite questions, if any, from the floor. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Associate Professor Juraida Rustam Sharam.
15 minutes.
We have been extremely benefited by your presentation, and we have known much more about the legal clinic model you are championing at your law school at University of Malaya. And I got the impression that you have collaborated with certain other universities. That is extremely important, because it is only by collaboration that we can learn from each other, and we can go further towards the path of justice education. And that also again reminded me that, social functions of the law school. Take the law for a walk into the land and grow a sense of, passion, love for the community, so that this would be lawyers after being graduated from the law schools feel prepared and equipped to face the real challenges of life and contributed really, in the justicing process. Right, I'll not take too much. Professor Ujjwala, I think it is already 2 hours. So with your permission, can we continue 5 minutes more? Because I want to make the floor open for any very, very brief comment or question. Then
Yes,
probably I'll be giving some closing remarks. So
sure.
Santika, the floor is open now. So for any comments, questions to a particular presenter or to the whole panel, please be very, very brief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all the presenters for the very insightful presentation. So we will open the Q&A or comments, and maybe we could have a reflection from our facilitators, Prof. Ajay or Ibu Leni Widimulyani, please.
Thank you, Ms. Disney Santika. So, Prof. Ajay, would you like to do the reflection? Hello, Prof. Ajay.
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Surinder, thank you for your presentation. Just a question to you, because you elaborately discussed about the collaborations you are developing with other countries and neighborhood countries. So I would like to know a little bit more about it, that in what sense you are collaborating with the other universities.
Sorry, the question is to me, is it, Prof?
Yes, Zureda.
Okay, I think the collaboration is, for example, I can take one which we recently had. We had Universitas not Pasundan, Indonesia. Yes, Lenny. What we do is we collaborate when we do our community outreach program. We have students from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Indonesia, to come over to Malaysia. And we both sit, our law students and their law students, we sit together and we prepare the teaching plan. And we come up with the teaching method, and both students from both institutions actually reach out to the community in Malaysia to educate the community on the chosen area of law. In fact, we have done that also with the University Pasundan, where our students went to Indonesia, and we sat with a Faculty of Law, the students there, and we learn about Indonesian laws. And together with the law students there, we went down to the community to educate the community on their rights. Maybe Ms. Lenny would like to elaborate more. So basically, the good thing about that is our students understand what's happening in Indonesia. Our students also understand the laws in Indonesia, how different or how similar that law is, and the sensitivity in Indonesia. Similarly, for students in Indonesia, they come to Malaysia and they understand, oh, this is Malaysia, this is how the community is. What is the sensitivity here? What are the legal issues here? How is the law similar or different in Malaysia and Indonesia? I hope I answered your question.
I think that's the wonderful way of developing collaboration and trying to understand the difference in laws and trying to understand the cultural values. Thank you very much for answering, and that's really a wonderful initiative taken by both the universities. Thank you so much.
Well, actually, if I may add a little thing, so in 2011, actually our university and University of Malaya, we built our cross-border clinic, which is the first time in Asia. So we are concentrating on giving legal education for Indonesian migrant worker who works in Malaysia. And that's very memorable moments, which I miss the most.
Any
Okay.
other question?
Yes.
I have one short question to Prajwal and Astha, or maybe to Sarwar Saeed as well. Now, for example, you want to successfully employ this negotiation model, I mean, as a mode of teaching, right? Do you think that class size matters because you need an manageable audience? But if a class is full of 80 or 100 students, probably you cannot effectively employ the negotiation model. So what is your view on the class size, and what should be the ideal size of the class, and do resources matter? Class environment also matters to successfully employ this model of teaching.
Thanks, Professor. I will ask actually Dr. Asadal to talk about this. Maybe we can also reflect, I mean, just talk about how this has been a challenge for us in terms of the demand has increased so much, and the imparting quality education has been such a challenge as well, right? So maybe you can speak about that.
Yeah, so I think like in terms of class size, I mean, of course, Prajwal, please step in as well with your views. I think in terms of class size, the thing is, I mean, I think we could engage like in Bangladesh and in Nepal, we were employing at least 40 plus students. So over 40. So what we had was, even though not everybody is going to participate in negotiations at one point, we still give them opportunities to break out into large groups and discuss. And then we had another model where when their representatives were negotiating, they could pass chits to get their voices heard. And so in many respects, like, of course, there is this challenge with large, like if it's a class of 80 or 100, then we would be looking at doing 2 simultaneous sessions instead of 1, because otherwise there will be students who will just sit in the background and won't learn. And also, we also want to give an opportunity to students who don't necessarily want to talk, who don't want to put themselves out there, but maybe more comfortable talking to their peers and feeding information and strategies to them. So I think it caters to those more quiet students as well, who would be more comfortable talking to their peers and helping them lobby within themselves. So one of the things that we were sort of coaching them on during the negotiation was like, think about who you're negotiating with. You know these people. You've spent time with them. What do they care about? What don't they care about? And I think in that respect, even students who don't have the very, very academic skills in terms of logical reasoning, or who are at the top of the class, or students who are more empathetic, who have a better relationship with their peer group, will also have a chance to engage when they feed into a more sort of human side of strategy and the emotional side of things. So that's my experience. But large class sizes is a tremendous challenge for us. And in Nepal right now, in our law school, we're confined with the sort of infrastructure as well. Like, we need furniture that we can move around, for instance, or else you have to bring it out into an open space, which has its own constraints with the weather and everything that needs to cooperate for that to happen. But Prajwal, do you have any other things to add as well?
Thank you.
That's fine. Thanks, Dr. Asta. Back to you. Awesome, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other pertinent comment, or if not, I can give some concluding remarks. Then probably I can go to Ujjwala.
Yes, please.
Fine?
Yes.
Is that
yeah,
okay?
yeah. That's
Okay.
perfectly fine.
So thank you so very much, dear audience. It has been an extremely pleasure for me to be a moderator of this session. I extend my heartiest thanks to my co-moderator, Tizni Santika. Thank you so much. And also the facilitators, Professor Leni, Professor Pandya. I offer also my sincere gratitude to Ms. Ujjwala Sakalka to invite me, and Dr. Anisa Saik as well. I extend my thanks to the organizers, Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, for organizing such august conference. And now at this session, we have heard from, from ethics of care to this clinical model, and it touched many substantive as well as procedural aspect of legal education as well as justice education. Now, good or bad, we have, set these two concepts parallel, legal education as well as justice education, and, confronting them making them face to face, giving the impression that, look, legal education is not all about justice education, and don't be confused with law and justice. Law has to do its own work and justice will take its own course. I mean, so justice has been a casualty, or has been the ultimate goal or result. You apply law, so if by accident justice is ensured, fine. If not, that's not a good system. So thing is that we need to come out of this stereotyped idea and settings, and what the law schools are doing. Do they need reform, or do they need reform of the reform? I mean, the way we are teaching our students and who are actually teaching, that is also important, because if Prajwal is taking a class and Dr. Billa is taking a class and Miss Thingambob or Miss Hot her name is taking a class, the result is not going to be the same. So ultimately, it depends that who is teaching actually, whether it is Professor Mizanur Rahman or Professor Ujjwala Sakhalkar or Yavras Sangrola, or you name. A good teacher is he who does not cover the syllabus, so uncover it, right? So thing is, this justice education is very earnestly sought for. I tell you a very short parable. There was this one, Bedouin, the nomad from the desert area, who made a will, saying that one half of his property will go to the elder son, 1/4 of the property will go to the second son, and 1/6 will go to the third son. And after the death of that Bedouin, it appeared that he has left 11 camels. And now how to divide this 11 camels? When you make it half, the elder son gets 6. I mean, so when the elder son, demanded 6, there was chaos between the contenders, between the sharers, right, between the sons. So ultimately, they ended up going to a Kaji, the justice, and what the justice said, like, look, what if I give you my own camel to you add? So adding with the 11 one, it becomes 12. Now make it half, 6 goes to the elder one. Make it 1/4, 3 go to the second one, and make it 1/6, 2 go to the third one. So now you multiply make sum total of this. 6 plus 3 plus 2 is equal to 11. Now you take this 11 and back my 12th one. So that's the parable. From where did the 11th, 12th camel went? So the judge, the lawyer, the teacher, the professor, the system gives something more in order to ensure justice. And what is this more? This more is all about the content. What Said is speaking for, what and how. That is methodology, pedagogy. You are talking about negotiation model, street lawyering model, or simulation model, or law clinic model, right? So this something more is to be given in order to equip our would-be judges, would-be lawyers, so that they can be an important character of the justice delivery system. What I call it is not justice delivery, it is actually justicing, tuning the justness, with what we have. So legal reform, legal system reform, procedural reform. Thing is that culturally we are counter justice, system. Our bars are highly politically polarized, and when the law graduates, they are simply going into the real world. They are seeing all these political things, and they will be blaming the law school. Say, hey, what the hell the law school has done to us? They have done everything to foil our life. And then again, it is said that which one is a successful law school? When you will take that a law graduate has successfully completed his law degree, when he will successfully sue the law school to recover his fees. So if that is the case, then we need to be aware of. So I earnestly thank Naomi, Astha, Dr. Prajwal, Aruf, Harsha, Mahaka, Saeed, Juraida, Anam, Rahima, Andian, all belonging to this, to different jurisdictions, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Indonesia, Malaysia. So we belong perhaps to the same legal culture. We have many commonalities. As a concluding remark, I want to thank everybody and would emphasize on the collaboration among the law schools and the stakeholders so that we can take this journey further. Thank you so very much.
Thank you everyone for your wonderful participation.
Yes,
And also
please.
congratulations for the Prof. Ujwala for this very interesting and insightful event. I learned a lot from everyone and all of you. Thank you so much. May you all continue to inspire us with your wisdom, knowledge, and also devotion. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. We can just have 2 minutes break and then we have some reflections. You can all wait for the reflections and we can reflect on what has happened today. So Advocate Prajwal Raj Gayawali will be moderating this session. So please wait for some time, just 2 minutes break. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Advocate Prajwal, we can start. Can we start?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Ujwala. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's been quite an engaging and very long day. We've learned a lot through these 3 sessions as well, right? So right now, it's a short session, 15 minutes. We're kind of also reflecting on what all has happened today. And to do these reflections, we have Professor Devinder Singh, Dr. Anisha Sheikh, Professor Leni Vidhi Mulyani, Masum Billah and Dr. Masum Billah and Professor Ujwala as well, right? So my question to all five of you, and call upon you one-on-one as well, is like, today we've spoken about so much, from legal education to justice education to a feminist perspective to legal aid to negotiations to street lawyering to there's just from academia, the politics of academia. There's just so much to unravel today, right? And as law teachers and law students in the profession, we have a larger goal to kind of serve humanity and take the direction and shape the thinking of humanity, right? We all come from different parts of the world, but we have a same goal as well, right? And in that goal, we are trying to understand what justice education means. So my question for all five of you, and as you do your personal reflections as well, is, after today's session, what is justice education? Right? We'll talk about this as well, but we've heard so much. Let's try and understand what is justice education in your opinion. To start off with, is Professor Devinder Singh here? Professor Devinder Singh, I think not available. And let's.
I can't find him.
Yeah, we maybe he's joining later, but let's move on to Dr. Anisha Sheikh, right? What has been your takeaway from today's session?
Yes, Prajwal. Yeah. When we are talking about justice, that means we are talking about something which is fair, accessible, reachable. So through this entire day, what we have come across, that all the law schools and legal educators, they are contributing and sharing their experiences. What are the different ways we can do fair enough practice to reach that ultimate goal? So everyone has shared their perspectives, maybe negotiation model, maybe cross-border clinic, exchanging the ideas, maybe street plays, or creating awareness, or giving free legal advice. So anyhow, there are different modes of giving justice. So ultimately, when the beneficiary is benefited from that mode, then yes, we are successfully succeeding and reaching to the goal. That's my view.
Thanks, Dr. Anisha, right? You're right when you say that. Without further ado, I'd also request Professor Lenny to give your thoughts on today's session. And since you've been the director of clinical legal education program in your university, and for me personally, understanding about street law was really interesting as well, right? So you've seen justice education from a very different lens compared to what perhaps I have seen as a transactional lawyer in some sense, right? So we'd love to hear your reflections and just from your perspective, your takeaway on how we define justice education for the day.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Prajwal Raj. And street law and CLE is always in my blood, and I want the students also have the same experience that I have. And justice education is a tool not only for teachers, but also for students and society. As a teacher, sometimes we think that we know that much, but we don't know that much actually, right? Sometimes our students become our teachers, because I'm a teacher, also a learner. And then also from the community, we can learn from the community. So through justice education, we can collaborate together between these two areas, and also it's a bridge to connect all of them. As you see, or as you heard, that not all of community can get an access to justice or get access to university, but through justice education, through community, it's possible for them to get an access to justice, because as we know that justice delayed is injustice. To make it faster, we need justice education. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And I love how it's a very student-centric as well, right? And you're right. Sometimes when I'm teaching, teaching is quite I remember my teacher who was quite an inspiration. What he said was, teaching is theatrics. You have to it's a drama. Every day in class is a drama. You're doing presentations, right? And in that process, you're trying to portray yourself as somebody who knows everything, when inside you know that you might not know everything, and you learn through your students as well. And that openness is something to learn from each other is very essential for justice education as well. So thanks.
And that's okay if you don't know in certain areas. That's okay. It's very normal.
Absolutely, but it's very difficult sometimes to admit and be honest as well, right? And perhaps even justice education involves honesty and shedding away ego from everyone's part as well, right? And next, I'll request Professor Masum Billah to speak about his thoughts. And you've spoken about, law and justice and how they're separate. And, law is one thing and justice takes its own course as well, right? But, and we're all human beings trying to figure out justice and deliver justice in some way or the other. And delivering justice, of course, is very important. And trying to figure how to do that is through justice education in some ways as well. And, we are both proponents of rebellious lawyering, which we heard in the first session as well. So just your takeaway from today's session and your perspective on what justice education is.
Once again, an anecdote that the easiest way of establishing justice is let us name all the newborn babies as justice, so that we can say justice has been delivered. So the thing is, the main learning from today's sessions, as I have heard from various speakers, I have been enriched a lot. And learning from the good experiences, mirroring yourself. I mean, what is happening elsewhere? So Indonesian law school is doing that. In Nepal, you are doing that. In India, Vidyapit is doing that. So at Jagannath in Dhaka, I can learn from you. My law school is very new. So, so mirroring yourself, that you can see what is the progress. Challenges are same. Challenges are there because we live in the same legal culture, political culture. So thing is that let us work together to develop a kind of legal culture, human rights culture, as well as to develop a new native jurisprudence, so that we can let not only Donahue Stevensons or Marbury Madisons should be worshipped in the class, and Rams, Rahims, Johns, all around us should not be a Shia Paria in the class. So let us take our students out of the text and give this real life experience, so that we can at least embed within themselves a sense of human rights, a sense of compassion, a sense of love for the disadvantaged community, so they can apply in their real life. They can interpret the law through the lens of the disadvantaged. That's my observation and feelings at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Masum Billah, and I completely agree. We need to have like a localized jurisprudence as well, and that's what we also spoke about in Bangladesh about Atmiyata and Bondhutva as well, right? And developing that kind of jurisprudence where we speak about like local context as well, right? And to do that, it's absolutely important for us to collaborate and coordinate and share. And what better way to conclude this session by inviting Ujjwala, who's made sure that all of us are here today in various WhatsApp groups and email threads and everything, who has made this happen for today. So last and finally, I'll request Ms. Ujjwala to give her thoughts and takeaway of today's sessions and your perspective on justice education.
Thank you so much. Well, for me, I agree with Professor Billah, where he says that the students have to be removed from their comfort zone and they have to be given exposure to the problems of the real life. I think today's sessions, almost all the sessions, all the speakers, they focused on developing network, research collaborations, and engaging people in social justice education. So for me, what is social justice education? For me, social justice education is when you teach people that how our system of law making works and how the enforcement system works, when you involve community in your all initiative, for me that is the justice education. So I think we have two goals to achieve, basically raising awareness among the student, making them sensitive towards the problems of the society, because ultimately they will be dealing with human beings, they will be dealing with human problems, and so they need to be sensitized on human problems. And we also have to sensitize and make people aware of their rights and empower them to exercise their right. So for me, this is what is the justice education. All of the presentations were very insightful. They all help us to develop an inclusive vision. Uh, I think we all should collaborate and develop networks among ourselves so that we can have future projects and future endeavors of this kind. So that's what my point of view is.
Thanks, Professor Ujjwala. So with this reflection, I think this session comes to an end, and we have so much more to look forward to tomorrow as well. So I'll hand over the session to Professor Ujjwala once again to conclude, I guess, today's sessions and let us know what we are looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you so much. So we close for the day. Tomorrow we have one session which is going to be on teaching methods, innovative ideas for social justice, law colleges initiative. So again, we are going to focus on teaching methods, what are the innovations which the law colleges have taken and the various initiatives which has been taken. So we will have some presenters again. And then we have a panel discussion on the role of law schools in teaching of legal ethics and professional responsibility. I think all of us, we talk about it and we think about it, how to teach professional ethics and professional responsibilities to the students. I think the toughest job for the for law educators or a teacher. I think I can teach professional ethics, but I cannot make a person ethical. So how do we really make a person, a student, ethical? This is the question which we are going to obviously look forward to in the panel discussion. And then we will be having the closing session in the end. So tomorrow again, we meet at 9:30 sharp. We start at 9:30 with a session on teaching methods, innovative ideas, and social justice and law colleges. Thank you all. Thank you all the speakers, moderators, facilitators, and everyone, participants present here, student volunteers, and my technical team, which is here. Thank you, all of you, and hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much. Thank you, Prajal. Thank you.
एंड कर दे मैं मीटिंग। अरे हम तो हैं भी, हम ही होस्ट है ना। प्रोफेसर